Let's go live. What's up, perps? What's going on? Give it a minute, see who shows. It's another pop up live. And for you guys' view, you're talking about the Surgeon General and his horse shit today. So we'll give it a few. Give it a few minutes, do some intros, introductions, say hi to everybody. But we are definitely going to talk about this because apparently the Surgeon General wants to declare gun violence as a health crisis, which is absolutely moronic and insane. But hey, here we are. Oscar Mike, what's up, my brother? Firearm, what's up, brother, man? Colt, what's happening, my brother? And then we got brother MC checking in. What's going on, brother, man? So we are going to watch this absolute horse crap from the Attorney General here in a minute. We'll give it a little bit. Say hi to everybody. See who else pops in. Let everybody say hi to each other. Let my fucking camera go crazy for some damn reason. But hey, here we go. Yeah, MC, I started seeing it this morning when I was at work. It happened earlier this morning, so I want to say I first saw it probably around 9:30 or 10-ish, somewhere around there. Ooh, I'll show you guys something cool. So I have both the sections for the bottom die to bend my set me flat printed, and I'm printing the mandrel and everything now, so hopefully we'll be working on a set me build shortly. And those things, damn, they feel rock solid. I printed them at like 85% fill. They feel pretty damn solid, so should do pretty well for bending that set me flat. There's the flat. So yeah, MC, that's already going on in a lot of cases. Hell, I think it was about a year ago. So remember, I got two young kids, 1 4, 1 7. So maybe when my son was 3, my daughter was 4 or 6. Going to a doctor's appointment, some of the parts on the form are: do you have guns in the home? How the gun's stored? All this crap. So yeah, it's been a big push for a while. Basically, getting the doctors involved, questioning people about their firearms and what they have in the home and how those are stored, and basically a whole lot of shit that is none of their damn business. So that's where that stands. And there have been, in the last 2 years, a couple of federal bills that were trying to, one, put gun violence as a national healthcare crisis, and then other ones trying to get them firearms manufacturers underneath the consumer protection agencies, which all of that is absolutely insane if you understand anything about the amount of restrictions that are already on firearms manufacturers, and where that could go if you put them underneath the like consumer protection agency. They could basically define what safeties a gun had to have, how they had to have them, materials. They could even do. There's so many fucking restrictions that could be put on firearms manufacturers by putting underneath a agency like the consumer protection agencies, that it would destroy firearms manufacturers. And that's what they want to do. That is the end goal of all this. Oh, yeah, no doubt, MC. Yeah, rate of fire could be another one they could stick underneath there. I'm still getting some text about some work stuff. So yeah, I mean, there's any number of different things that they could put in there. All your triggers have to be 15-pound triggers from now on, because with 15 pounds of trigger pull, there's no way you're going to negligently discharge, because you basically have to use your entire upper body to pull the trigger. Shit like that. And this push has been coming for a while. One of my original paper cuts videos was about stuff like this, going through a bill where they wanted to treat gun violence as a health crisis, epidemic, whatever the hell they wanted to stick it in. And reading through the bill, yeah, it was fucking insane then. It's insane now. And there's been a push for the Surgeon General to come out and basically make this push for a long time. Now, understanding that with firearms, if I use a firearm as directed, no innocent person will be harmed by my use of that firearm. I smoke. I know good and well if I use cigarettes as directed, I'm opening myself up to health consequences. Same with alcohol. I know using it as directed, I am opening myself up to certain health consequences. I know that. If I use a firearm as directed, I don't. It is an inanimate object. It doesn't cause cancer, not even according to the state of California, which, I mean, it might. Holy fuck, everything causes cancer in California besides heroin, meth, whatever other drugs they're doing right now, and basically just being an absolute piece of shit. So, yeah. Yeah, it could be. I mean, they could literally, if they went through some of the stuff, they could mandate like having magazine disconnects on any firearm. Look at the handgun roster in California and the restrictions on it, and think that times 100. That's what would happen if you put firearms underneath something like a consumer protection agency. Um, it's it's insane when you actually look at the facts. It is insane. Bob, what's up, my brother? So let's see. We got 10, 12 of us in here. Everybody's stacking in. So I'll tell you what, we'll give it just another minute, shooting the breeze, saying hi to everybody, and then we'll play this video from the Surgeon General today. And then we'll talk about the absolute insanity of the entire situation. I don't know how long this stream will last. This may not be a long one. If Crump and everybody goes live at 5 today, like they do a lot of days, I'll probably just kill this one and bump over with them. Now, debate night. Another announcement. Damn near forgot. Debate night for Biden and Trump. I am trying to set up a bingo stream where I will do bingo cards, give you guys a link for the bingo cards. Whoever gets bingo first, I'll send you a plasma cut off the wall. So that's the plan for the debate, because it's going to be a complete fucking clown show. No matter which way you slice it. If Biden comes out and they don't hop him up on everything in the planet to where he actually can act like a coherent adult, he just stands there and shits himself the whole time while the moderators protect him. Or he does come out and he's hopped up like he was during the State of the Union, and he just acts like an angry little bitch the whole time. And that'll be even kind of funnier, actually. Joe Morris, what's up, my brother? So write it down. Thursday night, 9 o'clock. I should be setting up the stream tomorrow and doing the bingo cards tomorrow. But Thursday night, 9 o'clock, bingo stream for the Biden-Trump debate. And if any of you guys, a lot of you guys should have my email. If you've got any kind of terms you think should be on bingo cards, email them to me. For those of you who don't have my email already, I'll throw it in the chat. If you've got terms you want on bingo cards, give them to me. We'll try to put them on there. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and throw my emails down in the chat. And this is, all you guys are cool as fuck, so. If I can learn how to spell. So, Ed, what's up, brother? folks, I'm serious. Not a joke. Yeah, there's oh fuck me, man. I'm gonna have to go watch a bunch of Biden gaff videos and try to spell some of the shit he says, and throw it on these bingo cards. That's gonna be rough in and of itself. Yeah, that's gonna be rough in and of itself. Trust me. All right, so let's do this. Let's watch this, and let's watch it. We'll do it. We'll do it twice. We'll watch it one time, let it play through, no commentary, let the shit run, and then we'll play it again and actually talk about some of the horse shit. Toy Town, how you and the kiddos, my brother? PLA, what is happening, brother man? How you today? Damn near pull a Biden. Ah, shit. These already affected my brain. Oh, God. But yeah, it will be Thursday night. As long as I can get around copy strikes and shit like that, Thursday night is definitely going to be a Biden Trump bingo stream. And talking to Flying Rich now, I asked him if he wanted in on it. So Flying Rich should be there too. So and it'll probably stream. I'll stream it out on my channel on YouTube, stream it out on X, stream it out on Rumble, and then stream it out on Rich's channel also, more than likely. Kind of like we did the last bingo stream with the State of the Union. All right, so let's let this play. Let me do a screen and share. You guys let me know whether the audio and everything's good. Nope, not that one. Where's that? When you have too many tabs open. Okay. I can't even get through the first fucking split second of this without thinking this guy looks like a complete moron. But all right. Let's run it.
Dr. Vivek Murthy. Today, for the first time in the history of our
Let me know where the audio is good.
office, I am issuing a surgeon advisory on firearm violence. It outlines the urgent threat firearm violence poses to the health and well-being of our country. As a lives of the patients I've cared for over the years, these are moms and dads, sons and daughters, all of whom were robbed of their physical and mental health by senseless acts of violence. Unfortunately, the problem has continued to grow. 54% of adults in America report that they or a family member have experienced a firearm-related incident, whether they've been personally threatened with or injured by a firearm, lost a family member, witnessed a shooting, or shot a firearm in self-defense. Many of these harms are disproportionately felt in our communities. Black individuals endure the highest rates of firearm homicides.
Yeah, hopefully it'll smooth out.
Are highest among veterans, older white individuals, and younger American Indian and Alaska Native people. What is especially devastating is how this has affected our children. Firearm violence has become the #1 cause of death among children and adolescents, more than car accidents or drug overdoses. I've sat with parents who've lost a child to firearm violence. I've listened to their stories and felt their pain as they describe the holes in their hearts. As a father, I know a parent's worst nightmare is to lose a child, to feel like you can't protect your child from harm. Beyond these precious lives that are lost to firearm violence, there are wider ripples of harm to those who are injured, who witness the incidents, who live in urban and rural communities where such violence takes place, and who constantly read and hear about firearm violence in the news. The collective trauma and fear that Americans are experiencing is contributing to the mental health challenges that we are facing today. Nearly 6 in 10 US adults say they worry about a loved one being a victim of firearm violence. Our children should not have to live in fear that they are going to get shot if they go to school. None of us should have to worry that going to the mall or a concert or a house of worship means putting our lives at risk, or that we'll get a call that a loved one in a moment of crisis has taken their own life with a firearm. All of us, regardless of our background or beliefs, want to live in a world that is safe for us and our children. The Surgeon General's advisory lays out the approach we can take to address firearm violence as the public health crisis that it is. This includes implementing community violence prevention programs and firearm risk reduction strategies, improving access to mental health care for those exposed to or at risk for firearm violence, and expanding research funding to inform and evaluate our prevention strategies. Firearm violence is a public health crisis. Our failure to address it is a moral crisis. To protect the health and well-being of Americans, especially our children, we must now act with the clarity, courage, and urgency that this moment demands.
All right, so that's the statement. And you guys are already hitting on points in the chat, 100%. Because how many times have we been on streams where we have poked holes in all of this horse shit already? Including 18, 19-year-olds in this. And then excluding kids under 1. Basically, how about this? Just take all the gang-related shootings out of this, period. Because they're trying to make it sound, and we all know the narrative, they're trying to make it sound like innocent children are coming across guns and then, pow, innocent kid's dead. That's not what fucking happens. Most of what they're counting is these, oh, innocent, it's the children, are the ones out there gang banging, running around, slinging dope, got switches on all their guns, indiscriminately firing into homes, have a simple beef at a damn gas station, and they think they got to shoot everybody up. That's what's happening with most of this. It's not your average innocent child running across a firearm, and all of a sudden, child plays his firearm, and they shoot themselves or they shoot another child with a firearm. That happens under 200 times in the United States every year. In a country, again, of over 360 million people, because I'm going to count illegals and stuff in there, and it's probably higher than that. Over 360 million people. We lose way more innocent children than we do to guns every single year. We've been down that rabbit hole plenty of times. Now, the issue with stupid shit like this is when they start declaring stuff a public health crisis, think about what they did during COVID, where they started throwing in all these ridiculous restrictions and all these extra rules and all the other horseshit that they do that they can justify because it's for the life of the children. So that's where this is going, kids. Make no mistake. This is just one more step to actually get this to where they can implement more shit. Not having to go through Congress. They can do it through other agencies. Fluffy, what's up, my brother? Yeah, Bob, you're right. The drunk driving accidents in the United States are extremely high. I don't see a huge push for prohibition because we all know how that fucking worked out when they did it. And I don't see a huge push to ban cars or trucks or motorcycles. So, yeah, we're going to roll back through that video where I'll pause it and talk about it. So we're going to see it again and basically hit a lot of you guys' points because all you guys are making good points. But here's the thing. The vast majority of the American people aren't disinformed. And I try to kind of kill my camera for a minute to see whether I can level out some of my signal. But the vast majority of the American people aren't that informed. They are non-playable characters. They run around, they get their updates from MSNBC, they hear, oh, the Surgeon General said it, and then they just run around and puke that shit back up on everybody else. That's the level of people that are actually voting for laws that are backed up by guns, where if the government doesn't like something, they will come into your house and murder the shit out of you. Unlike this fucking moron that's been on my feed on X. I might have to show you guys that, because apparently he thinks the federal government has never murdered people. It's news to me. Well, no, I will say this. He did say that, the federal government murdering innocent people was accidents, like they slipped and fell or some shit. Well, yeah, make that fit into a rational brain, because it goddamn doesn't. This should also be non-voting characters. I wish. I absolutely wish. But nope, they vote. Absolute non-playable characters. So let me run this back. I'm going to try to do it with my camera off. I really hate kind of not being on camera, but hell, it might have
Hello, I'm
number of followers here, because I'm that ugly and I tend to chase people away. Big Angry Phil, what's up, my brother? Soros Planet bureaucrat spouting off nonsense. Yes, that would be it. But he's in uniform. He has to be. Nope, he doesn't have to be anything other than a fucking clown, which is what he is. So there we go. All right, let me run this back and I got to pause it and talk about some of this shit.
I'm U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy. Today, for the first time in the history of our office, I am issuing a Surgeon General's advisory on
firearms violence, a public health crisis in America. Can you say government overreach? I knew you could.
firearm violence. It outlines the urgent threat firearm violence poses to the health and well-being of our country. As a doctor, I've seen the consequences of firearm violence.
Here's an idea, just shooting from the hip here. How about we focus on the ones actually committing these senseless acts of violence? But then, oh no, can't do that, because then you're over incarcerating minorities. That's where that runs. We saw that with some of the discussion after the Rahimi decision. Rahimi, yeah, good decision. Supreme Court was great, but if we do this, then more minorities might get in trouble. If you're a violent piece of shit that's doing things to innocent people, yeah, you should get in trouble. That's kind of the way this works. Oh, it's going to come to that, MC. Yeah. It's definitely going to come to that. That's why you see what was that one freaking, I know I got a plasma cut for it. Which one is it? I'm sorry, I'm looking through plasma cuts, because a lot of these plasma cuts used to have the bill numbers put on them. But yeah, there was a bill that would basically allow that very thing, MC. And that was a federal bill. Which one is that, PLA? You got a wrench, man. If you got a link for it, post it. Is that the one where the cop walked up on the porch and just fucking drilled that dude? Or is that another one? It's kind of hard to keep up with police shootings these days. They tend to do it a lot. And it's not to say that some of these people didn't have it coming. Some of them definitely had it a coming. A lot, on the other hand, didn't. Did you actually send it to Invader Zip? What? Who sent what to Invader Zip? I still have yet to see a video on that plasma cut, by the way. Which, now that I've increased my skills, there's a lot I could do with that plasma cut to make it even sexier. Yeah, just one-handed, just gangster shot the shit out of that dude. Which, granted, the dude was holding a gun. He had been threatening people. But yeah, that was the most nonchalant police shooting I've ever seen in my life. It was the one-hand gangster. He didn't put his fucking support hand on the gun until he'd fired like 5 fucking rounds. Yeah. If that's the one I'm thinking about. Damn, this ball is killing me right now. All right, let's get back into this.
Unfortunately, the problem has continued to grow. 54% of adults in America report a firearm-related incident, whether they
fuck, I can't even get through that. Think about the way that's worded. 54% people, family member, have reported a firearms incident. What's a firearms incident? What? Explain that to me. And how far are we going with the family? We talking second cousins here? We talking second cousins, roommates, cousins, brothers, sisters, whatever? Yeah. And here comes Bob with some more facts in here. Bob, how dare you bring up facts? Yes, that was another one, Bob. The firearms incident. He gets to it a little bit, talking about self-defense shootings, because apparently if you shoot the criminal trying to rape, rob, or murder you, that's a firearms incident. Agorizer, what's up, brother, man? Yeah, government and facts don't really go together, do they? That's a really...
been personally threatened with or injured by a firearm, lost a family.
Okay, so hold on. There he goes. Well, they've been injured with a firearm. So years ago, hell, I had to have been 18. Messed around with Remington 1100, pulled the forearm off, had the bolt back, screwed around like a dumbass, hit the bolt release, and still had my hand up by the forearm area. And the action came up and pinched my hand and split my hand open. It cut the piss out of me. So is that a firearms injury? Is that where we're going? Are we counting people that, sucked up on a scope a little too hard and got scoped as a firearms injury? And yeah, I do know people that have had guns pulled on them. I know people that have been robbed. My dad is one. Maybe one day I need to get the old man on the stream and talk about his old robbery one morning. Because this story, from his point of view, is quite hysterical. But I'm glad the dude didn't pull the trigger on my dad, for sure. So yeah, I have experienced, or a family member of mine has experienced firearms violence. The firearm was just a fucking tool. The guy holding the gun, the guy robbing my dad, the dude who was, I don't know whether they ever convicted him of it, but I think when everything was said and done, they kind of suspected him in 2 other robberies and another murder. That's the dude that's at fault. The gun didn't jump out of the goddamn truck and then go point itself at my dad. It was the guy actually holding it. So there's that. What if he didn't have a gun? He wouldn't be able to do it. No, he would have used a knife. He was a violent piece of shit. Or he was using a baseball bat. And when they say coming here to lost a family member to firearms violence, the major part of the category they're talking about right there are people that committed suicide. And more people commit suicide by other means other than firearms. Firearms are a very successful way to commit suicide, but the mere presence of a firearm doesn't increase suicide rates. Is that hammer bite? If we're talking about the 1100, or are we just talking about firearms injury? Because if you're talking about hammer bite, yeah, I've been there too.
Family member witnessed a shooting or shot a firearm in self.
Now we'll hit 2 points here because they hit those kind of back to back. So when they say witnessed a shooting, fuck, I'm gonna try to turn my camera back on because I can't take it. When they say witnessed a shooting, are we talking about witnessed a shooting in person where they were part of the event? Are we talking about, hey, I witnessed one on TV? Or hey, this shooting was posted on social media and I witnessed it? Because if that's the case, I witnessed the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting because I was watching live streams when that shit happened. So I guess I'm another tick on those numbers. And when you throw in used a firearm in self-defense, last numbers were what, half a million to 2 million times a year people use a firearm for self-defense. That may just be displaying the firearm. That's typically not shooting the firearm because that doesn't happen that often. Some people watch John Wick. Yeah, some people. I've witnessed a shooting. What were you doing? I was watching John Wick. Yeah, that's probably about the nature of this, or people living in neighborhoods that are very crime infested, gang infested, drug infested, and there's shootings about every goddamn night in their neighborhoods. Again, it ain't the gun's fault. The gun can't do it on its own. The gun didn't run out there and just start fucking shooting. If not, that lazy bastard I got sitting right over there who's been out of the safe for days right now has a magazine sitting right over here. It hasn't loaded itself. It hasn't went on a shooting spree. Either the guns that I build, because that's one of the AKs I built, either the guns that I build are very well behaved, or the gun ain't the issue. The person using it is. Just say it. So they play with these fucking numbers. If you do any kind of research on disease, okay? Say you started with, I don't know, fucking rectal cancer. When you look at the statistics for it, they're not going to include freaking nose cancer unless they can prove that metastasized from the initial cancer and then it was from those cells. So they're just dumping everything in the same fucking bucket. If you did that with cancer or any other disease, we'd never be able to figure out what was going on and how to actually cure these diseases. But it's the way they fucking operate. They got to pump the numbers up on guns. Oh yeah, Bob, you're 100%. You can lie about anything using statistics, anything, because it all depends. It's like computers. Computers are no better than the data that you input into them. No better. They can have all the processing power in the world, but if you put shit data in, you're going to get shit data out. Statistics are the same damn way. If you throw a bunch of shit in that's unrelated and then pull statistics off of it, you're going to get shit statistics. That's why I like John Lott. That's why I like a lot of the other guys that I follow that actually do the research on it and break these numbers down and actually get into detail on them. It's why we have spent times on streams going to the CDC, looking, trying to find their base data for these things. And then you find out, no. If your kids aren't involved in drugs and gangs, they are more likely to get run over by a zebra on a Tuesday during a hailstorm after it got off the fucking bus than they are to get shot with a firearm. It's just the way it works. It's manipulation of data is what this is.
Many of these harms are disproportionately felt in our communities.
So fuck me. This is the reason I let it play through the first time about saying shit. When he's talking about a gun used in self-defense, he's still talking about harm. How is using a firearm in self-defense harm? Unless you just want to protect the criminals so that you can push more gun control. Explain that one to me. Nah, fire. They'd never inflate the statistics. Nah, they'd never play with numbers. Throw everything in the same fucking bucket. I mean, suicides are violent. Oh, man.
Individuals endure the highest rates of firearm homicides, while suicide rates are highest among veterans, older white individuals, and younger American Indian and Alaska Native people. What is especially devastating is how this has affected our children. Firearm violence has become the #1 cause of death among children and adults.
So again, we get back to the actual lie here, the narrative that firearms violence is the #1 cause of death for children, and it's fucking not. And it hasn't been. In the United States on a given year, we have somewhere along the lines of 7,000 actual murders with firearms. Roughly 2,000 of those, I think, are in kind of the teen years. And then the rest run from like 20s to 30s. It's been a while since I've looked at the data. The vast majority of those are all, guess what? Gun or drugs and gang related. When you raise people with zero respect for life, with zero respect for dignity, with zero respect for humanity, guess what you get? Throw a tool in the mix where they can, hit people from a distance. They don't have to get up and actually stick a knife in them. You get firearms being used as a tool. But again, firearms are a tool. Violence is the actual issue in a lot of this. If you don't think violence is the issue, go look at prisons, because prisons, as guarded as inmates are, you can't keep drugs out of prison. You can't keep weapons out of prison. You see rapes, robberies, murders, and assaults in prison constantly, even though they are supposed to be under guard 24 hours a day, 7 days a fucking week. So if the government can't stop it in that controlled environment, what the fuck makes you think they can stop it in an actual open, free society?
Adolescents, more than car accidents or drug overdoses. I've sat with parents who've lost a child to firearm violence. I've listened to their stories. I know a parent's worst nightmare is to lose a child, to feel like you can't protect your child from harm. Beyond these precious lives that are lost to firearm violence, there are wider
Now
ripples of
listen to
harm
this part.
to those who are injured, who witness the incidents, who live in urban and rural communities where such violence takes.
Now this is where they really start to pump up some of their numbers. So, Jason, what's up, my brother? Much love. Warsaw, what's going on, brother, man? So you have in a country as large as ours, as diverse as ours, you have a small limited number of people who are actually injured with firearms every single year. Then you spread that through, oh, it traumatized all these other people that witnessed it. Then they throw in the whole urban rural category, which those two don't fucking fit together at all. And now we're going to go into the fear end of this. Well, guess who pumps up the fear on this? Fucking people like this. You know, again, 4-year-old son, 7-year-old daughter. I hope every day when I drop my daughter off at school, she is going to be safe. I hope to God they control all the entry and exits to that school. Hope to God nobody comes in there and does something fucking stupid. I will tell you this, if they do, they will not make it through their trial if they're not killed on scene, but I will never blame the firearm itself for what happened. If we see like Uvalde, there were plenty of times where the government could have interacted with this dude and stopped him. We saw it in Parkland. There were plenty of times where the government could have interacted with this dude and stopped him before he got there. The government fails and fails and fails and fails and fails, and then wants you dependent on them so they can fucking fail some more, and they just want you to give up more of your freedoms, more of your rights, more of your property. Sorry, it's just that it doesn't fit. We've had all of these gun laws since 1934. None of them have stopped a single fucking shooting. Sorry, leftists. There's so many guns in this country. You're never going to wipe them all out. Even if you wiped out every manufactured firearm by a company in the United States, people will make their own goddamn guns. We have done it since before the United States actually existed. And it is exceedingly easy to do some very basic firearms. Now, when you bring in things like that 3D printer running back there, well, it becomes a lot more interesting. Now, I'm not printing a firearm. I'm printing the jig to build the flat for my set me build. But same thing. Gun deaths among child pastors, ages younger, involved alcohol impaired drivers. Okay, so yeah. And then Warsaw's coming in, and Warsaw's right. You know, we've normalized gang culture. We've absolutely normalized the disrespect for life. We have absolutely glorified violence. Take all the guns out of it. Poof. Snap your finger, take all the guns out of it. Those deaths aren't going anywhere. They're going to happen with a knife. They'll happen by just beating people to death. You know, it's strange, you know, when my parents are in their 70s now, small town, basically where they grew up, high school, shit like that. There were guns in damn near every vehicle in the parking lot of the school. They never saw a shooting. They did see one of their good friends get killed by someone else over a girl, of all things, with a knife. So the violence itself has always been there. We've ramped it up and we've made it a fuckload worse. And I can get into the fact that our education system has completely stripped our kids all their coping tools, all their coping mechanisms, made them absolute freaking little gods to themselves. And then when they get bullied or something like that, then they find it exceptionally easy to inflict their pain on everybody else, which is where a lot of these school shootings come from. Instead of back in the day, we were teaching children how to cope with adversity. We told them, yes, you have issues, but everybody's got those same fucking issues. If you get bullied, punch him in the face repeatedly. Even if he kicks your ass, stand up and he won't come back and do it again, because bullies are ultimately pussies and they don't want to deal with someone who will stand up to them. I know it, been there, toted my ass whoopings before. We've become so unhinged from reality. Oh, well, they can just change their gender. Nope, you can't. Sorry. Tuesday, putting on a skirt doesn't make you a girl. It doesn't work that way. As far as I know, there's like one amphibian on this planet that can spontaneously change their gender, and that's fucking it. And look how that shit worked in Jurassic Park. Just saying.
Takes place and who constantly read and hear about firearm violence in the news. The collective trauma and fear that Americans are experiencing is contributing to the mental health challenges that we are facing today.
Yeah, Colt.
Nearly 6 in 10 US adults say they worry about a loved one being a victim of firearm violence. Our children should not have to live in fear that they are going to get shot if they go to school. None of us should have to worry that going to the mall or a concert or a house of worship means putting our lives at risk, or that we'll get a call that a loved one in a moment of crisis.
So again, this is where we get to the fear part of this. And that's what this is about, is driving up the fear, driving up the emotion level. Although for a lot of us, they don't get the emotion level they want. They just piss us off. And they are really good at pissing us off. But again, there's a huge portion of American society that buys into every single fucking bit of this horseshit. Do I worry about going to a house of worship? No. I went to church these days. I'm carry. Period. I don't give a shit what the church policy is. Unless I am rolling through a metal detector, I'm carry. Period. End of story. And if there's a place that I want to go, but I don't have to go, and there's a metal detector there, I'm not going to it. Now, there are times where I've been to places, courthouses and stuff like that, where I know there's a metal detector there. I have to be there for certain situations. You got to bite the bullet, suck it up, and disarm to go do the thing. Which is ridiculous. It should be, if I walk up there and they have a metal detector, then they have a place for me to store a firearm, and I can go, hey, I'm carrying. I need to store this. It's stored securely. I go through their metal detector. When I leave, I get my shit, and then I go about my business. That would stop a lot of the gun thefts from cars that they're talking about constantly. Well, there's guns stolen from cars. Why? Because people went into so-called gun-free zones and they disarmed themselves to go about and do their business, and they left their gun in their car. And then their car got broken into by, guess who? Criminals and then criminals stole all the valuable shit in their car. And I know people like to advertise their gun people, and some people will have fucking Glock stickers and SIG stickers and all this other horse shit on your vehicle. To me, that's one of the worst things you can possibly do. You're basically advertising that there could possibly be a firearm in your vehicle. So, another little side rant.
Has taken their own life with a firearm. All of us, regardless of our background or beliefs, want to live in a world.
Now, fuck, man, it's so hard going through this stuff sometimes. So then he's talking about suicide. Why are we not talking about the issues that are causing people to commit suicide? You want to talk about a tool, but take that tool out. People can use rope, jump in front of trains, run through traffic, jump off buildings, use freaking medications, you name it. So why are we not looking into what is actually causing people to feel like suicide is their only way to deal with things? Get into the actual mental health aspect of it, address that, and then you don't have to worry about it. Because you can take their guns away, they'll do it with another object. I mean, they'll park their car in their garage, crank it up, throw a damn, hose in their window. There's so many different ways that people commit suicide. So let's look at what's causing it. What is driving people to that point, and then we can actually save some lives. It's another reason this isn't about saving lives. This is about control. This is about a narrative to achieve a goal, which is to ban and restrict firearms. It has jack shit to do with saving lives.
World that is safe for us and our children. The Surgeon General's advisory lays out the approach we can take to address firearm violence as the public health crisis that it is. This includes implementing community violence prevention programs and firearm risk reduction strategies, improving access to mental health care for those exposed to or at risk for firearm violence, and expanding research.
Now, notice he doesn't mention suicide when he's talking about mental health right there. He doesn't say we need to look at these causes. We need to see what's driving this trend and address the suicide epidemic. No, he's talking about mental health care, I guess, before and after someone becomes a violent piece of shit. The violence interrupters. You want to know who's an actual violence interrupter? Someone like Maj Touré, who's out there in communities, working in communities, doing things like, conflict resolution and de-escalation. Because, fuck, man, a lot of this happens because someone is so-called disrespected, but they still have no idea what respect actually is. They're confusing respect with fear. I've never looked into it because I don't remember a lot of guys' names. I'd be interested to know if I could get all the guys' names from the dorm that I was in when I was over in Muskogee County prison. I'd be interested to know how many of those guys went down for very violent felonies later on, whether it was shootings or murders or anything else, because some of those guys were headed in that direction. And I'll tell you right now, after living with these guys for just under a year, they had no fucking idea what respect actually is. No idea. And no impulse control for that matter, which makes it even worse. And the only thing they respected was someone that they thought was probably a little bit more dangerous than what they wanted to fucking deal with at the time. How about we get to those kids before they get to that point? Let's focus on shit like that. You want to, what drives a lot of this shit with gangs, what drives a lot of this shit with drugs is pure economics. But here's the shitty part that no one wants to admit. There are a certain amount of violent people that you are going to have to lock the fuck up and keep in prison so that the violence level in the neighborhoods will drop to where businesses actually want to move into these neighborhoods. Because you can throw all the fucking money in the world at a lot of the neighborhoods right now that where the vast majority of gun violence takes place, and those businesses are going to lose every time and eventually just cave in, pull out, and be like, no, we're done. Because they're getting robbed and they're getting stolen from the whole time. Employees are getting shot or there's shootings on their premises. It took a long time to get to this point in the United States. There are no real serious easy answers to get out of it. But your first step has to be to take the people who are actually violent criminals and get their ass out of the equation. Is that going to lead to more incarceration of minorities? Yes, it will. It'll lead to more incarceration of good old fashioned crackers, too. Get the violent ones out of the equation. Then you can start to work the rest of that math problem. But instead, we're ass at opposite of it right now. We're taking the violent people and we're putting them right back out on the goddamn street so fast that fuck, they ain't even got time to eat a good damn green ass bologna sandwich in prison before they go back out to the street. And here's Bob posting some more actual facts here. And when you look at the numbers, this is the kind of stuff you come up with. And Warsaw comes in and said kids have committed suicide by cop. Yeah. There are plenty of people who've done it. That put themselves in a situation where it's going to be a conflict with law enforcement. They make movements or they draw a fake gun. They do any number of different things, or even a real gun sometimes, having no intent to hurt law enforcement. They just want to go down. That stuff happens.
Funding to inform and evaluate our prevention strategies. Firearm violence is a public health crisis.
Now, hold on, let me back that up.
Our failure to address strategies. Firearm violence is a public health crisis.
Oh.
And expanding research funding.
Now, that was the other thing I wanted to hit real fast. Expanding their research funding. Understand their research funding will be all about finding ways to shoehorn in, make the gun the problem, and then push gun control because the gun violence, which is what they're doing right now. They're fucking telling you what they're doing. You know, there was no reason for the CDC to go in and remove the defensive gun uses off of the CDC website. Besides the fact that there were so many defensive gun uses that it proved there are very few murders with firearms per year, but there are a hell of a lot of defensive firearms uses every year. And well, oh shit, if we're showing both sides of that scale, no, can't do that. So we gotta remove the good from the scale so that the bad actually weighs more. It's narratives, not facts. It's narratives.
To inform and evaluate our prevention strategies. Firearm violence is a public health crisis,
It's not. Mm.
especially our children. We must now act with the clarity, courage, and urgency that this moment demands.
So that's our buddy. Finally comes down to it's a moral crisis, which it basically is a crisis with morals. But the government ain't addressing that. They want to go after the thing, not what actually makes someone use that thing in an evil way. They don't want to address that. Now, give me just a sec, guys. Give me just a sec. I'll be right back. Da, 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 da. All right, I'm back. And let me do this. I'm going to open the floor. I didn't see Crump and Dark and everybody going live. Unless I just flat out missed it. So da, da, da. I'm going to throw that in the chat, kind of open up the floor. And anybody who wants to come in, you're more than welcome. And we'll shoot shit for a little while. Because really and truly, if Dark and Crump and everybody don't go live, then the next thing I'm looking forward to is Armed Attorneys. And they're one of the ones I can catch live or I can watch the replay of. I like seeing them live, but I don't mind watching replays of their stuff. Crump and everybody I like to catch live. Zane T, what's up, my brother? Play that video I sent you. Hold on. Oh yeah, dude, I've seen this guy. Warsaw, do me a favor, throw that in the chat. That way I don't have to try to bring it up from my phone. You got a wrench, doofus? And then yeah, we'll watch some of that. Because this is a guy talking about and being honest about he was almost a school shooter. And he's honest about what happened, and it's been a little while since I watched it. Went into some of the things that caused him to kind of go in that direction, and then some of the stuff that pulled him out of it. But it's very good. Oh, it debunks a ton of it, Warsaw. But again, floor is open, so if anybody wants to jump in, jump in. We'll shoot the breeze, and then Warsaw was saying Crump's on vacation, so yeah, he might not. Or even Rich and them might not open anything up. So let's see. This should be it. All right, so this is one of him doing the TED talk. So Screen share. Almost a school shooter. Here we go. So yeah, we'll kick through some of this because it is interesting, really and truly to look at. Or hold on, I might hopefully I open up the right one, Warsaw. I think I did for the part one. Either way, we'll watch it. But it is interesting to watch something like this. It's been, I don't know, probably a year or so, maybe 2 years since I've watched this. To have someone really, really go through what put them in that mindset to where they really and truly would have just inflicted their pain on everybody else. Tactical Fud, what is up, my brother? How you doing? In fact, while I'm thinking about it, let me make sure. All right, I got that pin now. And is there anybody in here? Hold on, we're gonna hook a couple people up. Most of you guys should know by now, if you've been in a few chats, if you've been hanging out with us for a little while, you are eventually going to get a wrench. So let me fix that. So welcome to the Blue Wrench Mafia, guys. And until something like fucking absolutely drastic just makes me have to kind of tune the profile back a little bit, that's the way I want to run it. Because I do want people. Here's Bob. Bob, what's up, my brother?
Not much. How are you?
Same old same, man. Still old, fat, and ugly, and can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, I copy that.
But yeah. So Zach's got a wrench now. Oscar's got a wrench now. So people will show up and be like, "Who's all these blue wrenches?" Well, they're all the people that have been here a little while, and I want them to be able to post links. Post it. Matter of fact, anybody with a channel, go ahead and start posting those in the chat. That way we can kind of spread the word a little bit more. But
I'd like to find the data that from the CDC that the CDC is using to create these charts, because I'd like to take out the 18 and 19-year-olds and see what happens.
Hold on, and I'll tell you. What is
I haven't been able to find the data.
WRSQ. Hold on. It's the CDC worst database. I'll post it in the chat. Now they've changed some of their setup in here, but you can still run through a pant load of their data. And there it is. It's in the chat. So one place in here, let me see, where's it at? So it's not the National Violent Death Reporting. Which one is it? They've changed their site a little bit, so it's damn different getting into some of this, but you can go in. Is this one it? Is this where I can change filters? This is one of them. Let me post this one. So, and some of it might be in their violent death reporting. Well, it can't be because the other ones are not violent deaths. But anyway, you can go in and you can change your search filter to show and compare, generally compare 3 causes of death, and you can change your search filter. So you can filter it by age and all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
And you can actually filter out gun deaths, and this is even dishonest. by intentional and non-intentional. Because, and the reason I say it's kind of dirty way of doing it is because the non-intentional deaths would include things like drive-bys where someone who's not the intended target gets killed.
Okay.
It's not just a kid playing with a gun that shoots themselves or shoots someone else.
Mhm.
There's a few different things. Even hunting accidents could be added into that.
Uh-huh.
But it's still good enough where you can break these numbers down a little bit further, and really get into some of the nuts and bolts of it. And then you'll see that all of their horse shit is just that. It's horse shit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can put in stuff, take stuff out, and
Yeah.
and create the lie you want. So,
Oh yeah. Like I said, if we were talking about cancers and you threw every single cancer, fatal, non-fatal, breast cancer, testicular cancer, freaking
mhm.
prostate cancer, ovarian cancer, you throw all those cancers in the same bucket and report it as one number, you're going to get a completely different result than if you break these things down by the type of cancer, the areas affected, and what caused the cancer.
Mhm. Yeah.
And they're just throwing everything in the same bucket and like, look.
Well, they're not. They're even making the bucket bigger, right?
Yeah.
They're changing the size of the bucket with 18 and 19-year-olds.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or I guess they're not changing, they're just smashing it down.
Well, they change it because they completely ignore 0 to 1 year olds. So a born child to 1 years old, they
Mhm.
completely wipe those out of the equation. And then
Mhm.
they go through and they add 18 and 19-year-olds who are legally adults,
Yes.
and then they completely skew the numbers. So like when we looked at on stream one night, on the CDC site, went through and did um deaths from accidental or unintentional deaths from household chemicals, um, motor vehicle accidents, and firearms. I think was the three categories I did one night.
Mhm.
What you'll find out is the unintentional deaths from firearms was like 204 per year.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And then the
household chemicals is out through the roof,
oh
right?
yeah, household chemicals was freaking all through the roof, and so was motor vehicle accidents. Um, if they would be honest about their data sets, you could break that unintentional down even further and it would be even lower. Because, like I said, then you could discount, say, a drive-by shooting where the 1 year old in the crib gets shot in the head because freaking whoever is out there shooting an AK through the house. So it really is, man.
Well, I'm happy to leave in the 0 to 1. I mean,
Well, if they'll
I
figure,
think that should count as a as a problem when a drive-by kills
yeah.
a
Well,
kid in the
what they
crib.
end up with though when they add in the 0 to 1 is a lot of those children die from health causes, heart conditions, SID, sudden infant death
Yeah.
syndrome, and all these other things that aren't firearms related, and it brings their overall statistic down. So that's why they cut out the
Oh,
0 to 1.
okay. Uh-huh.
It's simply a game to try to pump the percentages up.
Okay. I didn't know that was
Yeah,
one of the
that's what that is, and I'm glad
variables
you
they're
asked that.
playing with. Okay.
Because I mean, you have so many children that die due to congenital birth defects, sudden
Or
infant death
disease,
syndrome.
that's you're not
Um,
born with a very, your immune system has not been trained.
yeah, there's all sorts of disease that plays into that, and we lose um, very small children to that or all these different effects every single year, and the numbers are massive.
Hmm.
Um, and there's some of it is there are parents that know or they get reports that their child has certain health issues in the womb, and the
Hmm.
mother is going, we're still having this baby, we're going to take our fucking chances because I'm not getting that abortion.
Right.
And to moms like that, you guys are fucking amazing, um because you guys are seriously fighting for your child's life. Some of those children make it out of it and they're fine. Some of those children don't.
Yes.
Lung issues, heart issues, kidney issues, liver issues, all that stuff. But at least you gave your child a chance at life. I knew a family, it's been a long time since I've seen them, but when the dude's wife got pregnant and they went and did some tests, and then through the ultrasounds and shit like that, they tried to talk her into an abortion because her child in the womb was having so many different issues. His guts were inside out, all kinds of stuff. And she said, no, we're not doing it. And when the child was born, where part of his gut was still hanging out, they were able to fix that. It healed fine. Matter of fact, I think he's way older now, but the last time I saw him, he was an extremely vibrant 4-year-old. Hell, he's shit. That kid's probably getting close to 20 now. But if she had listened to the doctors, and done it their way, they wouldn't have their son.
Yes.
It's rough. Damien, what's up, my brother? How's it going? Then Johnny Green's in. What's Johnny? How's it going, brother? And to ever let be honest about shit because it'll completely destroy their entire case for gun control. Yes. And that's why they won't be honest about it. You're 100% fucking right. If they were honest about the numbers, what all these normies would actually run into is facts where, again, like what we're talking about, there are way more innocent children that are lost to many other things other than firearms. Firearms come at the ass end of innocent children dying. I mean, I still think, I'd have to look at the numbers again, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there are still more drownings where innocent children die versus firearms. I think household chemicals came in above, I think it was traffic accidents or all motor vehicle accidents. So that would include a parent backing out of the driveway and backing over their kid, or an accident on the highway. Any number of things to do with an accident involving a automobile was the highest. And then there was household chemicals and drownings, and then firearms were nowhere near that.
Yeah, and then that 1 in 5 accidents or kill a child in alcohol-related incidents, that they were only counting up to and including 14 years old.
Yes.
How many? Unfortunately, how many people less than 18? How many 16 and 15, 16 and 17-year-olds die in alcohol-related accidents? That's probably a huge number.
How many teenagers die because of having their phone and paying more attention to that than where they're driving?
Yeah, I haven't even. I was just thinking back to when I was a kid. When.
Oh yeah, dude, it was
when we drank
17, 18. Yeah, absolutely.
And drugs were very prevalent in my high school, and it was a good high school.
Oh well, let's face it, they're prevalent in just about every high school on the planet.
I'm sure it's worse now.
We've gotten to where they're prevalent in most of your elementary schools. Because drugs are so prevalent. I mean, it's not the thing that you're going to stop with a law. You have to actually get in and educate people and change a culture. And that's, again, with firearms, they don't want to go near that shit. With drugs, they don't want to go near that shit. Let's see. Let's let some of this play.
Shooter. I was almost a school shooter. In a moment of pain and anger, I almost committed a terrible atrocity. Growing up, I learned early on that there was a strange comfort and calmness in darkness.
Yeah, it's this dude getting up and speaking. Like I said, it's been about 2 years since I've watched this. This dude getting up there and being that honest about his situation, especially maybe the first couple times you did it, has to be absolutely excruciating. Because you're taking your bones and you are laying them out in front of everybody, no meat on them. This is me. Most people can't deal with that level of honesty.
I was always the new kid. My family was very violent and aggressive, drug-addicted parents. We were moving from place to place a lot, went to 30 or 40 different schools, always seemed to be going to a new school every other week.
And I'm going to let it play more. I'm just trying to kind of build a basis for stuff. But you see what he said right there. Violent family, drugs, which means he didn't have a good foundation at home. And what do we see with just about all of these mass shooters? No foundation at home. Their parents are not raising them to be people who are responsible for their own actions.
You woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning by some cops who run across the country to get away from them and then end up at a school I'd only be at for a couple of weeks and then have to do it all again a couple of days later. Was the perpetual new kid. And since I also had such an unstable household, wasn't helped by the fact that I smelled really bad because I never had a shower or didn't really have any clean clothes. So I never really had any, all my clothes were dirty and torn. I had a weight problem. I was smart. I liked comic books at a time when kids didn't really like people who liked comic books that much. So every time I went to a new school, I was in a whole new set of bullies. They'd do things like walk up to me and shoot me with a harpoon like I was a whale, or dump food on my head because they said I was too fat. But the bullying wasn't just at home, or wasn't just at school. It happened at home a lot too. I was told I was worthless by just about everybody in my life. And when you're told you're worthless enough, you will believe it. Then you're going to do everything you can to make everybody else agree with it too. And so I did. I wrapped that darkness around me like a blanket and used it as a shield. It would keep the few that would agree with me close, but it kept everybody else away. I always had heard in life that there was good people and bad people. I must be one of the bad people, so I guess I would have to just do what I was supposed to do. So I got really aggressive. 12, 13 years old, I got really into heavy metal music, and I was the mosh pit when I went to concerts. The abuse just never seemed to stop. I got into cutting around 14 or 15.
Now that's a huge thing he mentions right here. And for people who've dug down into stuff and psychology and stuff, cutting is a massive red flag that kids are going through some serious emotional distress and they don't have any other way to deal with it. That is massive. Chessboard, what's up, brother man?
Because I figured that there was all this extreme emotion going on in my life I had absolutely no control over. Had to find some way to find control over something. So I took to cutting myself. I still have the scars to this day. 15, 16 years old, I ended up homeless. My parents had long ago kicked me out because I didn't want to deal with their drunken fighting anymore. So I was living on the streets. I thought I had pushed all my other friends away too. Shoved them all away by lying to them or stealing from them or doing everything that my family taught me how to react to everybody, which was the complete wrong way of how to react. But I had no idea. I was just going on what I was taught. Finally, 16 years old, I'm sitting in my best friend's shed, who I thought I had already pushed away too by stealing from him and lying from him, laying in this shed with the roof wide open, rain pouring down on me into a Dungy Grace chair that was covered in cobwebs and dirt, hadn't been touched in months. And I'm sitting there with my arm covered in blood, knowing that if I didn't do something, I was going to kill myself soon. So I did the only thing I could think of to do. Grabbed a phone book and I called social services. So when I went to social services, sadly, they didn't just bring me in there. They also took my mom in there too, who happened to be one of the largest sources of my pain growing up. And since she had spent her entire life running from place to place and dealing with social workers and police officers, she knew exactly what to say to get me.
Ah, shit. Forgot to hit it. So, and it's the point I was making is a lot of your family, services people are absolutely horrible. They do not know the very basics of their job or psychology or how to investigate or anything. So I've seen cases, we've looked at cases where these courts, along with family services, have given children back to extremely abusive parents. And then there's all sorts of horrid shit that happens later. You've also seen cases to where a child is claiming shit that never happened, and they go after the parents for it, take the kids away, and then the kid ends up in an even worse situation. And then it's years for the parents fighting for this stuff, when what really should have happened is that kid should have been in psychological counseling because they had issues and their parents weren't the problem. And I'm not saying these people have easy jobs. They don't. They deal with a bunch of pieces of shit. But I'm sorry, it's a job you sign up for. You don't get picked out of the phone book. Oh, hey, you're working for social services now. No, it's not the way that shit happens. But what they are is government employees. So, yeah, Chess, social services is definitely a fucking joke. In most cases.
To get them to believe that I was just making it all up. It was all just an act. I was just doing it for attention. And they sent me home with her. And as they sent me home with her, she turned to me and she said, "Next time you should do a better job and I'll buy you the razor blades." My heart just got ripped out of me at that point completely. That darkness that I've been staring at so long, I just ran headlong into it. I had nothing left to live for. I literally had nothing to lose. And when you have nothing to lose, you can do anything. And that is a terrifying thought. I decided that my act of doing something was I was going to express my extreme anger and rage by getting a gun. I was going to attack either my school or a mall food court. Really didn't matter to me which one. It wasn't about the people. It was about the largest amount of damage in the shortest amount of time with the least amount of security. Both those places were right targets. So I wish I had a better...
Now, again, what is he saying right there? He wanted unarmed meat targets so that he could cause as much damage as possible. And guess where that's the easiest place to find those said meat targets is in a gun-free zone.
Story about actually getting a gun, but that was actually really rather businesslike. There was some gangbanger kids near my school. It was back in the mid-90s when gangs were still a rather major problem in North Denver schools. And this kid wasn't really in school. I was just always at school. So, I wasn't a narc or anything like that, but didn't know him anything more than a first name. But that didn't really take anything more than that. I knew that they had access to guns. They talked about it all the time. So I went up to him and said, "Hey, can you get me a gun?" "Sure, get me an ounce." "All right, give me 3 days." That was it. I was waiting to get myself a gun so I could kill a lot of people. But thankfully, I wasn't alone in that darkness. That best friend who had saved me, I was sleeping in his shed, he saw the place that I was in. Even though I had stolen from him and lied to him and taken his belongings and ruined it all, he didn't care. He still brought me in and showed me acts of kindness. Just simple acts. It wasn't the kind of overbearing kindness where they come to you and they say, "Is there anything I can do to you? Is there a program I can get you in? Is there something I can do to make you better? How can I help you?" It was literally just sitting down next to me. "Hey, would you like a meal? Let's watch a movie." Treat me like it was a Tuesday. Treat me like I was a person. And when someone treats you like you're a person, when you don't even feel like you're human, it'll change your entire world. And it did to me. He stopped me with his acts of kindness from committing that atrocity that day. If you see someone who's in that spot that needs that love, give it to them. Love the ones you feel deserve it the least because they need it the most. It'll help you just like as much as it helps them. We're in a really big, dangerous spot right now with this trend of arming the teachers and looking out for the kids who might be the threat in schools and maybe turning them into the FBI. What's that going to do to it?
Now, I disagree with him to a point there. I don't think it's a dangerous trend to allow teachers to be armed. I don't think it's a dangerous trend at all. Put discipline back in schools where, again, you focus on kids that are violent. And if they're violent pieces of shit, kick them out of the fucking school. Don't do it over something stupid. But if they prove to themselves that they are, or prove to everybody that they're violent and they are unruly, don't leave them in the school. What was the movie with Morgan Freeman where he went in and cleaned the school up? Bob, you remember that one?
No, there's been a couple of movies like that. There was one with Belushi's brother, Jim Belushi.
Yeah.
There was that one.
The specific one I'm thinking of was Morgan Freeman. He went into this absolutely horrible public school and cleaned it up. Now, what people don't want to talk about during that whole thing is he got rid of the violent gang members in the school, got rid of the drug dealers, and then the people that wanted to be there and learn were the people he left in class.
Okay.
That's how you fix a school. So when it comes to teachers being armed, I've got zero problems with that, especially if you get rid of the violent assholes in the school. Then a teacher being armed is no different than them carrying in any other aspect of their life. Going to the grocery store, going to Walmart, you name it, it's the same.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Lean on Me, is that the?
Yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah, Lean on Me.
1989. That's what I'm
Yep.
pulling up. Okay. It's
Yeah,
based on a true story.
He carried a baseball bat. Yep. He carried a baseball bat and a megaphone or megahorn, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And that's what he did. If you want to fix the schools, get rid of the violent shitheads and then take the people who actually want to learn and then let them learn. Because most of the time they can't learn because of the violent shitheads. And that's what that whole movie was kind of about when you break it down is sometimes you got to cut the goddamn dead weight. You got to. Some people are unsavable. Sorry, they just are.
Yes,
or maybe they're unsavable at that time. Maybe they get their shit straight after they do 30 years in prison.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of people that have done that.
Yeah.
But at that time, they're nothing but dead weight. They are a net deficit on society.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Trejo was that way for years.
Yeah.
Till he got his shit together, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys. Trejo, of course, he's one of the more famous ones. But you know, I've known people personally that were like that. That just there was no reason to keep them in a public school environment. There was no reason to, because no matter what you did, they were either going to skip school, sell drugs, fight, do any number of different things. And they got, some of them ended up getting saved later in their lives and turned their lives around. Some of them just got tired of the bullshit and turned their lives around, and then later got saved. But yeah, some people, man, sometimes you got to cut the dead weight. And we seriously need to learn that in public schools. Put the discipline back in there. Cut the dead weight. Oh, the Barack Obama was famous with his school to prison pipeline horse shit, which was part of the reason that the school shooter in Parkland was allowed to stay on the street, get a gun, and then go shoot people. But getting back to teachers being armed, I see no issues with teachers being armed at all.
No, that would have eliminated one of his targets, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he would only be left with the food court at that point.
They talk about Uvalde. Well, all these cops showed up with all of these guns and they didn't go into the school. So why do we need teachers armed? Well, because the teacher's already there.
Yeah.
They are already on scene. And if one of those teachers had been armed, or two of those teachers had been armed, and they capped that fucker, then those cops wouldn't have hung around the school for what, an hour and a half, 2 hours, letting children get killed.
A kid who's in the position that I was in 25 years ago, who's alone and depressed and abused, and is just sitting there hurting, and someone thinks that they're a threat. So he gets turned into the FBI, and 1 month of pain turns into a lifetime of legal trouble because one person thought he was going to be a problem. Instead of looking at that kid like he's a threat, look at him like he might be a friend. Look at him like you might be able to bring him into your fold. Show him that it's just a Tuesday. Show him that he's worth it. Show him that he can exist in this pain, even though it's intense, that at the end of it, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I found my light. Now I'm a happy family man. I have a father of 4. My wife and my daughter are in the audience today. And even bigger than that, the friend who saved my life, he's in the audience today too. Because friendship doesn't have to really die. We have to give love to the people who we think deserve it the least. Thank you.
And see, he brings up a hell of a lot of good points there. He honestly does. But I think that's still only one part of the entire equation. The other parts are, and fixes for a lot of what he went through, is teaching kids how to cope with adversity. Teaching kids. Everybody goes through your horse shit. They deal with it differently. Some people go through it and then they think they got to bully everybody else. Some people go through it quietly, like this kid did, or guy now.
Mm-hmm.
Some people work through it on the outskirts. They've got a huge support network from friends, and they work through it with their friends. But again, getting back to the bully end of it, you need to teach children how to punch the bully in the face. Hell, it was shit, it's been a few months ago. My daughter, I went and picked her up from school. Now my daughter's 7. And she kind of got in a truck with a little bit of an attitude, which my daughter comes from a redhead. Attitudes are pretty normal. But I asked her about part of it. Gabber, what's up, brother? But I asked her about part of it. It's like, what's going on? Something ain't right. We were riding down the road. Or no, that was the time my mom called me because my mom picked her up that day. There was another time on another one, but my mom called me because my mom picked her up from school that day, and then my mom called me when my wife was on the way home with the kids, and said Katniss had some time in the principal's office that day, and I went, okay, well, why did my daughter have time in the principal's office that day? Well, apparently someone was picking on her. And my mom said she asked Katniss about what happened, and Katniss said the kid hit her, so she hit them a lot. I was like, rock and roll. I've always told my daughter, I don't care if you have to defend yourself. I will support you 100%. I don't care what the school thinks about it. As long as you don't start the fight, if you are defending yourself, daddy is never going to be mad at you. Because we talked about it long before then, about this kid just really trying to bully her and really being a douchebag. And we all know how kids are. I know kids try their boundaries and different things. And I've always told my daughter, I said, look, if someone hits you You have daddy's permission to hit them back. Period. End of story. Don't stand there and let someone push you or hit you. There's no reason to do that. And my daughter, hell, when she was 6, was talking about her school. Well, they don't want people to fight. I said, I don't care what they want. If someone hits you first and you hit them back, I'm not going to be mad. Now, if you start to be the
Yeah, Coop, you froze. All right. Looks like Coop has some technical difficulties. He should rejoin us here in a second. I don't think I can figure out how to share screen. Part 2. But anyway, it seems like this guy wanted help, and I guess wanting help and needing help are two different things. When Coop was talking about, uh, you just got to cut the dead weight. It's like those folks need help, but they don't want it, and there's really nothing else you can do at that point, in my opinion. Uh, but I guess the issue there is like this guy didn't have the tools, and the tools weren't available to him, so he was shut off alone. And then when he did, I guess, do the only thing
ah,
that he knew to do was to call social services. The tools weren't available there, and he was shoved back into the same situation without the tools that he needed and wanted.
yeah. And anyway, I think I'm back. Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ.
see you. Yeah.
Apparently my internet decided to freeze up like Joe Biden. Um,
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
all of
making
a sudden,
funny noises, so not exactly like Joe.
well, that's true. It did just completely shut me down. I was trying to type in the chat, but then my phone died. So
Uh,
later, Fire Otter, take it easy, brother. So yeah, that was a fun one. But yeah, let me see if I can bring up the part 2. Good old country ass internet, I'm telling you.
yeah, I wasn't able to figure out on the fly how to put up part 2, so
Let's see. I know
save
Warsaw
that for
posted
another
it in the
day.
chat.
It's
Where's it
Yeah, it's
at?
in the chat. Yeah, couple lines up.
Part 2. Okay, here it is. This should be it. Yeah, this is it. Matter of fact, I don't think I've seen part 2 of this. I know I've seen the one. but I don't think I've seen 2. And I'll tell you what, let me see. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. I'm going to kill my camera a little bit, or for a little bit, and see whether it kind of helps my connection. And then we'll listen to this. Do, 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 do. That girl in the black boots don't look bad.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Let's start from how this story came to be
Then I got to
told.
find a plug.
So
for my
the
phone
day
like that.
after the Stoneman Douglas disaster last year, that terrible massacre, I was having a tearful discussion with my wife and my oldest daughter about how could someone ever get to that point? How could you ever feel like you wanted to hurt that many people? And sadly, I do know how that feels. So I went to the back of the house and I wrote a simple Facebook post. And in it, I just said I was almost a school shooter. And I laid out a brief synopsis of my story. And by the next morning, that had caught Facebook viral. And it had a couple 100,000 likes and shares. And so my wife said, well, maybe someone else might want to hear this. And so I sent it to the local NBC affiliate in Denver. And that video just blew up, got like 17 million views.
So this was a year ago, but you had been living with this thought for 25 years.
Yeah. I had always thought that that I was the villain, that if anybody ever found out about my real life, that I would be the villain in everybody's story, that everybody would hate me.
Take us back there to the boy who was in so much pain.
So I grew up in a really, really violent household. I described my first couple of years of life like living in a Stephen King movie. I was constantly the new kid, constantly getting bullied and picked on. Every school I went to, there was a new set of, and I was fat. I was smelly. I read comic books. I was sensitive. I was just picked on by everybody. And I started to adapt that I'm the monster. I'm the broken one. I'd been screaming out my entire life and nobody heard me. I felt my whole life like if I walked out of a room, people would forget that I was there. Like I was just invisible. And I was going to make them hear me now. So all those plans that I had talked with my friends, all that fantasy, that just crystallized. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm either going to go to my school or I'm going to go to the food court at the mall. And the only difference that is the time of the day of what time I was going to get the gun. And I knew how to get a gun because there was gangbangers that went to my school. So I went up to him like, hey, can you get me a gun? He's like, yeah, sure. Get me an ounce of weed. And again, mid-90s, like $500 worth of drugs. So that was actually pretty easy. Went to my mom's house, stole an ounce of drugs off a guy sleeping on my mom's floor. Went to him and said, here you go. He's like, all right, give me 3 days. I'll get you a gun.
Your friend got to you before you got to the gun.
Yes. And got to me by the simplest, most human acts, by doing exactly what I just talked about, by not treating me like I was a project, by not treating me like I was broken, by like, dude, you're all right. Sit down, have a meal. You're okay. Watch this movie with me. What do you want to do today? We just have to let people know that they're okay. People just want to be people want to be listened. They want to hear that they're okay.
Do you think that people knowing that they're okay would have stopped the number of shootings that we're seeing?
I think it would have at least stopped some. And like I said, even one's enough. Even stopping one's enough. Even stopping one person from wanting to hurt themselves right now is enough. Go one person at a time. I never ended up going to get the gun. I stayed at Mike's house the rest of that weekend and spent time with people who love me.
Let me ask you this question, Johnny. You had 150 volunteer teenage actors simulating a school shooting. What kind of feedback did you get during that shooting process?
What's happened after every single film set that we do, since these people are so young, they come to me and they tell me about their experience at school and how when they're at school and they hear a door shut loudly, they're scared that a shooting might occur, or that they pray in their car with their parents before they enter. And so everybody on set felt very empowered and good that they're working towards sharing a story and message of compassion and love for people.
So you feel that the people who you're trying to reach are reachable?
Yeah.
Oh, completely.
Everybody is reachable.
They're human.
There's a very small section that's going to follow through with the attacks.
And we got to hit that real fast. But yes, there are a very, very small number that would commit these attacks no matter what. They are that far gone. They're that far broken. However, an actual school shooting where someone goes in to kill as many people as they can, kill their classmates. Those are exceedingly rare. Matter of fact, the vast majority of what are called school shootings, if you go look at the gun violence archive, are simply a gun in a school zone. Or it's gang violence on a school campus. Sometimes that gang violence happens at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're counting that as a school shooting. Which is, again, where we get into people not being honest about the actual data. And hell, we'll hit it real fast. Fuck it, I'll sync a channel. There are some that have happened lately where people have been confused about their sexual identity, and people have rushed to actually reinforce their gender dysphoria, and has caused them to go off the rails and then shoot. You know,
Yeah,
we
wasn't
saw
there
that.
one recently about that? Or are we still talking about the one in Tennessee?
Yeah, the one in Tennessee, which there was talk about the one in Uvalde, this dude being confused. And that's part of what led to him wanting to go inflict his pain on others. Because make no mistake, when you have someone go into a school shooting or go into a school to commit a shooting like this, it all comes down to the fact that they want to inflict their pain on somebody else. That's what it boils down to. Now, the gang shootings in schools are quite different. That comes down to the same old street beef confrontation that happens off campus. When you see someone who has graduated from school and then they roll back in to commit a school shooting in that same school or a school like their school, that is all about inflicting their pain on other people. Those are very different motivations. Yeah, Fluffy, there were plenty of guys back in the day that, man, we started out at each other's throats. We had a throwdown, and we figured out one of two things. One, damn, I don't want to go through that again. Let's be friends. Or two, I don't want to go through that. Let's just stay away from one another. That happened. A lot of the times, people, that we were at each other's throats, we actually ended up becoming friends. Once they found out that I wasn't going to back down, they weren't going to back down, well, we might as well do this thing. Then that kind of squashed the whole deal. And that hasn't changed throughout humankind. My dad can tell you stories about stuff like that when he was in school in the 50s. So it's not like that's been this huge change. The biggest change in the schools and the biggest change in a lot of these situations is we started telling kids that you're your own entity, you're the snowflake, no one's like you, whatever your pain is, no one else knows what your pain is. When we should have been telling kids, suck it up, buttercup. Everybody goes through this.
Yes.
That's one of the biggest changes. And then, of course, we roll into where these anti-bullying campaigns, instead of teaching kids how to stand up to a bully, we teach kids how to be bigger victims, is what it really comes down to. Punch the bully in the face and do it a lot. Will you get your ass kicked? Yeah, sometimes you might get your ass kicked, but at least you made the stand. And if you're good enough where you can kick a bunch of ass, I completely recommend beating that bully's ass every chance you get. See him go bully another little kid, go over there and spank that ass. That solves a lot of problems.
Okay, they're actually going to follow through. A very, very small amount of people that are going to do that. There's a huge amount of people who are in that gray area, in that depressive spot, that think that they might, that think that maybe they should. There's a big amount of people in that area, and those are the ones that we can reach. Up until the minute you pull that trigger, you can be reached.
In a world that's suffering, any voice of hope is a beautiful thing, and that's what makes me feel good when I wake up in the morning, knowing that we all worked on this project. I'm sure it's what makes Aaron feel good. Any voice of hope is a great thing in today's world, because there's a lot of people suffering.
I just want to help someone that's in that darkness find a way out of it. And if I can help one person find that, I'm going to keep on going the rest of my life.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
And again, I got to give this dude props, because it is. Hold on, so I'm not playing video. It has to be exceptionally hard to get up there and do things like that and be that honest about what you went through, where you were at a given time, and just lay it out there, just bones wide open, for lack of a better term. I mean, there's nothing hiding it. It is there. So I give the dude props for that. I really do. Do I think him being used as a push for more gun control is a thing? Yeah, I think it is. Don't agree with it, because ultimately firearms are a tool. They're not, you're not a completely rational person with coping skills and control your emotions, and then pick up a gun and all of a sudden you're infected with this absolute need for violence. This is not the way guns work. That's the reason out of probably 100, we're probably close to, oh, you guys tell me, I think we're up over about 130 million gun owners in America, probably higher than that, with well over 450 million guns in America. That's the reason you don't see these crime rates rise whenever gun ownership rises. It's because the guns themselves ultimately aren't the issue. They're not. I've never been sitting there and had one of my guns like elbow me in the side and be like, psst, psst, psst. Hey, we need to go shoot up a bunch of innocent people. That's literally never happened. And I will guarantee my wife tried to call while my phone was dead.
It says that 43% of households had at least one firearm in 2023.
Yeah.
That's odd. I thought it would be lower. That's good.
No, I think that number's, and see, here's the thing. That's the number of households that admitted to it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Those are the ones who said yes on the survey. Because there are plenty of gun owners out there where if you send them a survey and say, do you have guns in their home, they're going to click no and send that shit back. That happens constantly.
Well, these numbers are a bit, I don't know, a bit off, since they also said 5% of adults in the U.S. purchased a firearm for the first time during the pandemic. So we had record gun sales.
Yeah, it's breaking down the numbers. I think it was a lot higher than 5%. Because you did have a hell of a lot of people, and here's some of you can break down kind of different ideals behind that. But we saw a spike in violent crime basically starting to uptick in 18 through 19, and then kind of peaked, I think, in 20. But what you saw peak through there was all Antifa and Black Lives Matter. And then, of course, Joe Biden gets in office, and then you start to see this kind of gradual decline on things because, oh shit, all the useful idiots, well, they need to go back in their boxes right now because we don't need them at this point. But you did see a whole lot of people that saw what was going on and went, oh, wait a second. The cops are taking, an hour to get there. They're taking 40 minutes to get there, or they just don't get there. If something happens, I need to be responsible for my safety and the safety of my family. So you did see a lot more people start purchasing firearms and becoming firearms owners. Now, their politics were vastly different. You had some, there was the John Brown Gun Club, which was a completely leftist organization that was pushing their people to get guns so that they could fight the white racism. And that is just so fucking retarded. I can't even fit that into my head. But it's a narrative that gets pushed by the media and our government. Because, see, if all these people figured out, it's not this race, it's not that race, it's not this race. It is those in the public against the rulers in the government. If everybody caught on to that, then everything would change easily. We could deal with our differences quick, easy, simple. If we could get control of the actual government. But the government, the media, they have to keep us divided on everything so that people don't actually talk to one another. It's a big fucking mind game. That's why the Matrix analogy works so well, and it still does to this day. Because if you're not awake and you're just plugged into the system, all you see is the media narrative. But then when you actually unplug from the media narrative and you see how things actually work, then you see the lies of the government. You see the lies of the lies of those that are in control. And it's very easy to call them out. Kind of like this dumb that's been on my Twitter, basically saying the government is responsible for freedom and the government would never murder Americans. Yeah. Oh, dude, I like to broke a fucking rib. That last comment, oh, fuck it. I think I got it. I'll show it to you guys. Hold on. Let's see what he's saying. The only question is where to actually start this. Hold on, I'll share this. You guys will get to see my X account. And I know some of you guys I'm following on X. I know a couple of you guys follow me on X. If you want to spread your X account, fucking throw it in the chat, baby. You got a wrench, spread it. Let me see. Which one was it? This is where it's calling me an incel. Okay. Where is it at? Here's one of them. This one's priceless. Because me and Morningstar come in and was talking about this shit. And this dude says, LOL, no, the government will not murder you. They will arrest you for breaking the law. If you resist with deadly force and law enforcement is forced to use deadly force in return, that's on you.
Government will murder you if you don't break the law.
Yes. They will murder you for fucking jaywalking. So, yeah, don't come at me with this. No, the government would never murder you.
How many folks did the government murder in the Tuskegee? I can't even say it. Tuskegee experiment alone. Well, Coop overloaded his internet connection again. Let's see why. Can look that up. Yeah, I'm wondering how many folks the government murdered on U.S. soil. We know they've murdered Americans on foreign soil, but it'll be interesting to see the split. Kent State, yeah, that's a good one. Ruby Ridge, yes. Waco. It looks like Coop can still type. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Well, hopefully Coop's Pine Tree Phone Company will put up some more tin cans for him to use. Yeah, they probably just need new string. You wore out the string on the tin cans you had before. Probably too cheap in your area to use actual filament. They probably still use cotton. So when it gets humid, it doesn't work as well.
No, apparently I'm just getting my internet from Alibaba these days.
Yeah, Alibaba and Timu.
Yeah. Just get my TMU internet up and running. No, for some damn reason. Well, that's been twice tonight where the internet's just completely dropped out. So they're probably working on something again. And yeah, just absolutely smoking my connection. And yeah, hold on. It was I'll find you guys one part of this. Where's it at? Gonna have to go to yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go to here. And I'll show you guys because yeah, everything you guys are bringing up is shit I was throwing at this dumbass. Hold on, I'll screen share this again, then I'll quit screen sharing. Maybe my freaking connection will hang out for a little while.
Well, let's
So
see if
this,
you
yeah, this
qualify
was
for
part of the
Starlink
discussion.
next.
Yeah, this is again where he's called me an incel for talking about the government murdering people, and don't worry, perps. The government murders women, children, and men that are no threat to society. Accidents happen. Where's one there? Where's one of the other ones? Ooh, well, and there's that one. Mike Pence, who is an absolute statist fucking piece of shit. Where is it at? Because it was that same damn moron that I mentioned shit like Ruby Ridge and some others. There's Tony Simon posting some stuff, which Tony Simon, he's a freaking cool ass dude. Oh, here it was. Yeah, it's in it's in that same kind of run. LOL, you really are a tinfoil hatter, aren't you? I said, ask the government agents that murdered women holding their babies, or burnt women and children to death, or killed a man in his own home at 6:30 a.m. Yeah, this was part of it. LOL, the government, yeah, murdering you, deadly force, da 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 da. And I posted, yep, the NPC really said the government will not murder people. You can't fix this level of willful ignorance, and you can't. Our government will absolutely murder the living shit out of you if you have things they don't like, do things they don't like, even though there's no victim in the situation other than the government's feelings. Don't believe me? Build a machine gun. The ATF will kick in your door and shoot you dead in the goddamn face at 6:30 in the morning, if not 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, whatever, because you had something they said you couldn't have, even though you never committed an actual crime with it. But you got these fucking non-playable characters on X, like this dumbass, who completely defend the government. And if the government kills women and children, and oh well, no, it's just a mistake.
Yeah. Somebody brought up Wounded Knee. Yeah. What about all those?
Yeah, that was a hell of a
chickenpox or
mistake.
smallpox infested blankets they gave the Native Americans.
Yeah, completely just a mistake. Letting people suffer with syphilis until they died, just a mistake.
Mm-hmm. No
That's
penicillin for you.
Yeah, it's the shit they done on American soil. That ain't even counting the shit that they done overseas.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, Obama, did a hellfire strike on
drone strike,
a US citizen. No due process, no nothing. Just
which, to be honest about it, that was Taliban Dan, and I really didn't give a shit about him. But I still didn't think the government should just be able to kill an American citizen because.
Yeah, I I'm on the fence, about that one, but still, if so once you're outside the U.S. doesn't give a rat's ass about due process.
Yeah, fuck it. Go a couple of miles off coast. We will sink your fucking fishing boat, jackass, and we'll just call it a day. Never mind the fact you're an American citizen. Never mind the fact you're supposed to have constitutional rights and due process and all these other things. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure the fucking missile they dropped on that dude wasn't an explosive warhead. It was one where blades actually came out and they hack everything to pieces. Or maybe that's another dude I'm thinking of. But it's basically a missile that, like I said, doesn't have an explosive warhead. It has blades. And it pops out to a certain radius. And just the kinetic energy of that thing hitting is devastating. Mm-hmm. It's not like the missile hit goes boom kind of deal. But yeah, this dude literally saying, no, the government won't murder you. Oh, buddy, your grasp of history sucks very much badly. But I run, man, which I do. I follow. My X account used to be a straight out hate account where I only followed people that I didn't agree with. So I've dealt with this for a long time. Now I'm finally getting it branching out and trying to use my X account for actually, like, I don't know, publicizing my channel and getting, you know, some more viewers and shit like that. So I'm actually kind of spreading it out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Red Dawn did a stream late last night, early this morning, basically. It's like 1 something, I think, when I started watching. And the dude he had on the channel with him, it was like, he said something and it's all based on who he's following. But he was like, yeah, like 90% of what I see on X is conservative. And I think I posted in chat, was like, not my experience, because of who I follow. It leads me to different suggestions and all that other shit. And I would say I'm pretty well maybe 60 leftist NPC, and then 40 actually has a fucking brain content on X these days. It's leveled out a little bit since I actually started following people that I agree with.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten better recently.
It has. I haven't been banned in a while.
Oh, I got permanently banned. I need to start a new account.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, I got banned. I went through a stretch of like 6 months, at least 6 months, where I would get permanently banned, account wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I would do is I would just submit a dispute pretty much every day. I'd hit a point in the day where I didn't have anything to do, and I'd send in a dispute. And it would probably take a week, and then I'd get my account back. And then I'd have it for, I don't know, a day, 2 week, maybe week, and then I'd get banned again. And then I'd spend about 5 days, just sometime during the day while I had a second, just cut, paste, and send in a dispute, and I got my account back. I'm on a stretch right now for the last couple months where I haven't been permanently banned, but I went through at least 4 permanent bans. At least 4. Because I went through like 7-day suspensions and all the other shit, and the last like 4 were permanent bans. How dare you call a moron a moron? Just, how dare you say something as controversial as boys have penises and girls have vaginas? Nope, that's another one. Nope, they get you banned. Maybe they just got rid of all the blue hairs, and then I could actually have my account back.
No, I'm still banned on this account. Yeah, I'm gonna just. There wasn't much worth keeping on the other one. I think I only had it for 10 days.
Yeah, dude, there's been a couple of mine that, yeah, they didn't last that long. I'm amazed my YouTube channel's hung around this long.
Yeah, just don't monetize it. It'll last a while.
Well, I was on the fence. I finally decided I was going to try to monetize it. I was talking to Dark, and I was like, fuck it, I'll monetize it after I talk to him. So I'm kind of working on the monetization end of it. But I am in this weird zone where I'm not monetized. So there's a lot of shit I get away with. However,
yeah,
if they go back and look at it, I'm still fucked.
Yeah, they're going to look at it because, you know, they can't present your channel to advertisers.
Because I'm right. I think it's been a while since I've looked. Let me see if I can pull this up. Because it'll be another plasma cut giveaway I do. Where I'll give away a couple plasma cuts. I'm kind of limited now because my shop's still not back up and running yet. So it'll be something I have on hand. Let's see. What does it say? So I'm at 448 subscribers right now. So I'm amazed I have 447 of y'all, because my mom follows me. So when we hit 500, yeah, I got to do another cool giveaway on some couple plasma cuts.
When you hit 500,
Yeah, when I hit 500.
the next 3 or 4
And-
years.
Yeah, baby, spinning. I am an acquired taste. You got to admit. Not the I'm not the key for all locks. Let's just put it that way. I am definitely rough around the edges, and I'm pretty much going to stay that way. Now, I do actually want to start doing some more kind of serious interviews every once in a while.
Well, just start an alternate channel. Well, subscribe to that, and then you can see the monetization there. If you want to do more serious stuff.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Starting up another channel, and doing kind of more serious interview there. That is definitely a possibility.
CNT Talks or something. That's name of your channel.
Something like that. I still want to keep it based around firearms and freedom, basically, because all of us, or a lot of us, of course, we'll follow Dark and a lot of other people. The biggest thing that runs through most of us is about freedom. It's not even necessarily about the firearm itself. It's about prepping. It's about being self-reliant. It's about our absolute distrust of the government. It's about firearms, all that kind of stuff. So I really would like to do maybe some more serious stuff where, say, I could get someone like John Lott is one of the dudes that I would love to have on. Phil Van Cleve from the Virginia Citizens Defense League. I'd love to do something with him. And I might hit him up sometime in the next little while, just to see. He did a matter of fact. Hold on, let me see where I can find it. Because Phil did a interview about the Rahimi case. Matter of fact, it might have been today. Early this morning. And he posted a link for it. I thought I had it bookmarked, but I forgot to freaking bookmark it. Hold on, it'll be in this conversation. And I'll throw that link in the chat. Copy link address. Okay, this should be it. Outlaw, what's up, my brother? So this should be the link. This should take you to Phil Van Cleve's interview where he was talking about the Rahimi case. And I'll throw another one in there. I can probably get through it quick from my history. I just got to crank off another tab real fast because I don't want to kill this other one I got open. Da, da, da. I could actually probably find it quicker in that other playlist, but I'll look here real quick. Here it is. So this link is from Brian McClanahan. He's a history professor. Covers a lot of stuff politically. Always from a really based historical perspective. Now, a lot of you guys have heard me say that most of these gun cases should never make it out of the state courts because the state constitutions don't allow these infringements in the first place. And that's part of where Brian goes with this podcast. And he typically puts out a podcast every day, Monday through Thursday. Very much an excellent podcast. And then this time he hit on Rahimi. Now, I don't know whether it's an argument I would have with him with this podcast, or maybe he just didn't word what he was saying like I would like. And I know that's a weird way to say it. Because what he was driving at is Rahimi was another case, again, that should have never made it to the federal courts. It should have been a state case, period, because the federal government has no power to regulate firearms or to create laws inside of these states, which he's 100% right there. Now, where I kind of deviate a little bit is in the way some of his terminology is that there is not a single state that in their constitution gives the state government the right to make laws that regulate firearms either. Not a single one. There are a couple states that mention arms, and then the exact wording has to do with the relation or the police powers of the state, which the only time the police powers of the state come into play is if you have committed a crime. And then you have a couple states like California that don't even mention arms, which if they're not mentioned, that means the state can't regulate them. Because constitutions are about those implicit powers. So if the power is not listed in the Constitution, that means the government doesn't have that power, and that is left up to the people. So I did McClanahan's podcast from this morning, which, yeah, that one came out this morning, I think, is well worth a listen. Because he's getting back down to the states are the ones who should have these powers, not the federal government. I don't think he hits on it enough that none of these state constitutions give these state governments the power to do this either. But none of this should end up in federal courts because the federal court never has had that authority, and they were never supposed to have the authority to make gun laws. It's we're so far away from our founding principles, it's not even funny. Matter of fact, a lot of our founders, people who were there that signed the Constitution, are the original ones who shit on it just as fast as they signed it. So then you have Lincoln come in and just basically kill the entire Constitution, dead as a bag of hammers. I gotta check my phone again real fast. Da-da-da. Yeah, Green. Yeah, I saw Green was posting. He sent me something about Ruby Ridge, and yeah, that was the government absolutely setting people up and murdering them. Period. End of story. If you got a sniper with a good rifle, a good optic, and they shoot a woman holding her child, her infant, that is what we call intentional, kids. And nothing happened to any of them.
Yeah, didn't he finish out his career as a sniper?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Lon, whatever his name was.
Hunter's law license suspended in D.C. I didn't know Hunter had a law license. I thought he only had a license to smoke crack with impunity. Yeah, Green said they got promoted after that, which they did. One of these days I need to pull up the hearings after Ruby Ridge and do a stream on that, and then pull up a hearing after Waco and do a stream on that. And you guys will see, or will at the very least remind you of just how much theater, horse shit, clown show that these hearings are, because nothing came of them at all. Vanessa Kitty, what's up, sis? How you doing today? You been riding any lately? Let me see. There was something else I kind of had in mind to watch tonight. It's kind of killing time till the wife gets home. I wonder if I wonder if I can find this. I'm about to expose you guys to some serious fucking Dane Bramage. And it kind of fits with what happened today about the freaking Surgeon General calling gun violence this health epidemic.
Yeah, it's all over the news that Hunter's law license is suspended. I didn't know he ever went to law school.
Yeah, I didn't know he had a law license.
Yeah, it says it's suspended in the DC area, but doesn't say it's suspended anywhere else.
Well, it figures. I mean, they've only got him on his own computer with underage girls. I mean,
well, his only conviction is the handgun thing.
Oh yeah, which I am still betting that Joe Biden's going to end up stepping down. He'll pardon Hunter on his way out the door and then call it a day.
Oh yeah, I definitely, I predict if Joe runs in November, right after the election, he'll pardon Hunter.
Yeah,
for everything.
Oh yeah, for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just like his original plea deal that would have protected him from all of his crimes.
Well, it would protect him for his tax evasion crimes.
It would have protected him from anything he could have been accused of in Ukraine, his tax crimes, the gun crimes, everything. It would have given him blanket immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Is this it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Yep, I'm fixing to expose y'all to some serious pain. Matter of fact, I'm going to go off camera while I play this. P38, what is up, my brother? I still got to make it back up to Atlanta, dude, and we'll have dinner one night.
Yeah, Vanessa's right, but I don't think he has any charges pending at the state level, does he?
Not that I can remember offhand. So his stuff, like his gun charges, are federal, which means his dad can turn around and pardon him.
Yeah, and his income tax things are federal.
Matter of fact, yeah, his income tax stuff would be federal. Most of the shit on his laptop would be federal. So it would be of course, the federal drug crimes. When he was traveling overseas and was with girls that were more than likely well underage, that would be federal because it didn't happen inside of a state. So yeah, I mean, all of his stuff in that plea deal basically would have protected him against anything federal.
Mm-hmm.
So, unless a state had arrested him for having drugs, he would have been completely insulated.
Right. Yeah, Vanessa's right. Again, most state level crimes are also mirror federal crimes, but yeah, I don't think he.
But it depends on how they're charged.
Yeah.
So most states will have laws against all of these things, whether it's murder or you name it. Mm-hmm. If they charge them under the state, it falls to the state. Now, you will see times where someone is charged with a state crime and then the federal government comes in and says, oh shit, wait a second, that's federal. Let's bring that to federal.
Yeah.
Courts. and then prosecute that way.
Mhm.
But and it's
Well, I was thinking, I just had a thought with all the blue states that hunters lived in, they tend to have state income taxes. So I'm wondering, with all those income tax fraudulent things that hunters been accused of and is probably guilty of, how many could a state step in and say, we want our share too?
dude, that is kind of a possibility. Now, if any state's going to nut up and do it, probably not. And
Probably
it
not
may
one of those
work.
blue states.
Yeah, and it may work out too, because a lot of this stuff was happening in between him with U.S. companies versus overseas
Mhm.
investments and payoffs. That the state wouldn't necessarily get a part of that. There could be something weird there, because tax law is so absolutely insane that nobody can keep up with it. So it could be something kind of similar to that. But
Mhm.
yeah, if he's making all this money living in this state, there is no reason that a state shouldn't be able to come after him, unless they
Mhm.
just went with the statute of limitation shit. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna watch some of this because there's especially one guy I want to hit in this. We're gonna listen to a lot of it. So this was a Moms Demand action rally, and this was, I think, last Friday, which is kind of funny how this works, because then we turn right around and have this announcement today.
Mhm.
So, which, I mean, Moms Demand Action is always rallying. I need to check my email stuff and make sure I'm not missing any of them. It's been a while since I've been on one of their live streams.
Don't even see the change.
And her album is dropping next Tuesday, guys.
Take the chance, turn away, step back, look at the world to see the difference that you made. So let's lead the way and start a worldwide movement where reactions can change. Speak out, let your voice be heard, and what you got to say. We are people, no one more than people. We are part of something stronger, something bigger than ourselves. Welcome,
I would rather hear a cat get drowned.
everybody, to our Montgomery County Moms Demand Action meeting, and Wear Orange 2024. We are so grateful to all of you for joining us this morning. We know there are many demands on your time, particularly at this time of year, but it will take each one of us to end the gun violence crisis in America, and so we could not be more grateful for your presence here today. I'm Joanna Pearl, and this is my colleague, Christy Kartsakalis. We help lead the Montgomery County local group of Moms Demand Action. This meeting was the effort of a team that is much bigger than just the two of us. We begin all of our meetings with our statement of intention, which I'm going to read now. Our intention is to foster a robust presence of diversity, equity, and inclusion of and for all individuals and groups choosing to join our efforts. Our purpose is to work together to decrease gun violence and increase public safety across our nation. In our meetings, events, and activities, we value diversity, we advance equity, and we demonstrate inclusion. We are a community.
Uh-oh. Did it freeze on me? Oh, shit.
Yeah, may not have been my connection. Could have been his. Outlaw, what's up,
Hey,
brother?
what's up, man? I thought my shit froze.
Oh, well, I thought mine did too. So, because I was trying to add you and it was just sitting there fucking not doing anything. So I'm still hitting the button. I hear Bob going, maybe it froze. Yeah, maybe it did. What's up, man?
Nothing much. Getting done with supper.
Oh,
Getting ready to
man, oh, man.
relax and settle in for the evening.
I gotta see. I don't know. I'll figure out. supper when the wife gets home. Normally she calls me on her when she leaves work, but my phone was dead for a little bit, so she more than likely tried to call me when my phone was dead, which that won't put her in the best mood on the planet. Let's check that real fast. But yeah, we're going to expose you guys to this little slice of hell. There's a guy, I don't know where it's at, otherwise I'd fast forward to him, but there's a guy who speaks during this that basically considers the very act of having a gun mental illness worthy of putting you in prison, which is awful nice of him.
Oh, yeah.
We are gun violence survivors, including victims and witnesses, change makers, and advocates who come together in partnership to work toward a future that. As an aside, I'll say that our planning, well, I think really good overall, had not accounted for the carousel sound in the background. It's a little incongruous, but it is festive. I'm going to just speak briefly about what Moms Demand Action is and who we are. Moms Demand Action is a grassroots movement working to prevent gun violence in America. Gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens in this country and in Maryland, and that's completely unacceptable. You're all here because we know.
Yeah, how many times have we actually been through that whole fucking horse shit? Matter of fact, we talked about it tonight. And as it turns out, guns are nowhere near the leading cause of death for children.
Mm-hmm.
That gun violence is preventable, and we're committed to doing what it takes to keep our communities and families safe. Yesterday was the 10th National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and this weekend we recognized Wear Orange Weekend. Wear Orange started in 2015, what would have been Hadia Pendleton's 18th birthday. Wear Orange began with teenagers in Chicago who wanted to honor their friend Hadia after she was shot.
Matt, grassroots.
The commemoration has become a national event during which communities nationwide unite to prevent gun violence. Today we wear orange as opposed to our traditional red. The color traditionally worn by hunters. We honor Hadia and the over 120 people shot and killed every day in the United States.
Yeah, this is one of them.
And those survivors of gun violence whose lives have been changed forever. Across Montgomery County.
One of the streams I was on was with Brady United. And then I was on with another one where I could never get the audio to work. And I got kicked out of it real quick for mentioning Imaj Toure. And then there was another one. So yeah, I've been on streams with a bunch of these jackasses, and have watched many more streams with them. The one where I mentioned Maj Toure, yeah, they booted my ass quick. How dare someone actually go into the community and work with people that are in that community and try to get them to learn firearms and not commit violent acts? How dare someone actually do that?
Oh yeah.
Maj Toure is not on the we love you, we're sending you Christmas cards for Brady or Moms Demand Action or every town. Oh shit, Matt, you're right. Yeah. Funny how those colors tend to coincide with ideologies, isn't it? You guys see the one where these jackasses, these eco-terrorists, are going out there fucking spray painting Stonehenge?
I've seen that, yeah.
Oh, God. As much as I can't stand Taylor Swift, there were a couple that went out there and painted her private jet
orange.
I saw that.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's been a few more. But yeah, funny how they're wearing orange in solidarity to one another.
This weekend, municipalities, businesses, and individuals like you will support this cause by wearing orange, lighting up spaces, public spaces orange, and taking action to stop gun violence. We wear orange to together demand a future that is free from gun violence.
Yeah,
I can
remember the
show
show
you video
Orange is the
evidence
New
on where
Black?
my phone was dead.
We're joined today by community partners from the Street Outreach Network, the Conflict Resolution Center, and the Montgomery County Family Justice Center Foundation. We're so honored to work alongside these organizations to combat gun violence in Montgomery County, and we invite you to visit with them after our program concludes. We're also pleased to welcome an amazing group of elected officials who support gun violence prevention locally and are standing with us today. So our agenda for today, we're going to begin by hearing from our representatives in state and county government about what actions are being taken to reduce gun violence here in our community. Next, we'll hear from Christy Warren, the Executive Director of the Montgomery County Family Justice Center Foundation, who is one of our close community partners. And then we're going to turn to the heart of Wear Orange and our movement. We're going to hear from gun violence survivors and close with a powerful musical performance. When our meeting concludes, we invite you to join us in a community walk around the park. Our plan is to turn Wheaton Regional Park orange and together raise awareness as we go. And you're also welcome to stay here under the pavilion or return to the pavilion for food and fellowship. Our volunteers will be around and our community partners as well. So with that, I wanted to kick off our speaking program. I'm honored to introduce Maryland Senator Jeff Waldstreicher, Delegate Jared Solomon, and members of the Maryland General Assembly. These are leaders who truly understand the impact of gun violence on our community and across the state, and we're really lucky to work alongside them to combat this problem.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Christy. Let's bring up everyone from the state delegation. I know the council will have some words as well. My name is Jeff Waldstreicher. It's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to serve with these wonderful folks.
I don't think this is the dude that considered having a gun mental illness all by itself. So we'll see.
Up here, your state
What
delegation
all over your phone?
working hand in glove with each of you to end gun violence in Maryland.
Oh, okay.
So often in this movement, there's a sense that nothing can be done. We know the federal government is frozen. Other states have gone in the opposite
Maybe there is no
direction.
day you don't get hit
But
on.
let's make something clear. Maryland, we passed an assault rifle ban. Since then, we've banned ghost guns, passed universal background checks, red flag laws. And just this past session, and it went into law on Saturday, 1 week ago
All right,
today,
sorry about that.
we ended gun industry immunity in Maryland.
Yes, so Maryland, oh, I have to go look and see. They basically made it to where if someone robs a liquor store with a Glock, then anybody not even involved in the situation could sue Glock for the dude robbing the liquor store with a Glock. So it's
Well, since
all
it
just
involves a
trying to-
firearm, it can be removed to federal court, and then the federal will take care of it.
You know how bad that hurt my feelings? That was gold.
Hold on, I'll have to see whether I can send this to myself, and I'll show it to you guys and see whether you guys get the movie reference. I have to work on it, but yeah, it's another case to where people can just basically try to bankrupt gun companies.
And you're going to hear from my teammate and colleague, Delegate Jared Solomon, who's done some incredible work about all the other bills that we've passed when it comes to gun violence in Maryland. But we couldn't do it without each and every one of you. Politics is first and foremost a team sport. And so to all the advocates, but especially on this Wear Orange Day, to all the victims and survivors of gun violence, let us say collectively, thank you. You are the reason Maryland is making progress on gun violence. You are the reason Maryland is leading the way. You are the reason that the Vice President of the United States came here yesterday to show how much progress we've made here in this great state. And so let me end with this. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you to each and every one of you for the energy you put in, the time you spend in Annapolis, the activism that you bring. Thank you so very much. And with that, let me introduce my teammate, my colleague, my friend, Delegate.
Thank you, Jeff. So this is incredible. I was talking to another member of the organizing team, and I come to this also from the beginning. So I started my career as a high school teacher in Baltimore City, and worked with some incredible young people in 2013. And then that group sort of spun off and formed Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. And I remember when we were fighting for then Senator Frosch's Gun Safety Act. There were a small group of us in Annapolis pounding the pavement. And now, we couldn't even fit just the District 18 folks in our office this year. Priorities, and I think we
My
were
shit
all
freezing up again.
over the
Oh,
moon and very happy to all of us co-sponsored it and worked on it, was to create the Office of Gun Violence Prevention within the administration.
No, I think it's
Incredibly happy that that's been signed into law, and then a bill that I was incredibly proud to sponsor.
Let's do this. Let's play a game real fast.
Yeah.
What are the clues I gave you? Okay, I'm not going to say one of those clues. One of those clues gave it away. Like bad, bad, bad.
So hold on. Can I zoom this in? Let me see. Let me open it in another window, and I'm going to see whether I can zoom this in. And then I'll let you guys know the clues I got. And then you guys tell me.
It's
Okay.
it's a movie. It's a scene from a movie. Very popular movie.
Okay,
very
that looks
famous movie. Both of those are
So,
in a fire, but obviously Ruger's worse.
Let's share this. Can everybody see two guns sitting there with the blue marker, red marker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So hold on. Let me pull up.
I think it's freaking gold.
She thinks it's comedy gold. She had me lost as a
Well, not
motherfucker.
comedy gold. It's just that it. I found it hysterical at work. I was just giggling.
So her message underneath this was super duper cool points if you get this. And then both have been in a fire.
Don't say that part.
I'm not saying that part. I'm giving them the information you gave me.
Brokeback Mountain.
That was a better answer than I came up with, Chess.
You had nothing.
I had nothing. Matter of fact, I thought the burn up Ruger over there looked like a freaking Kel-Tec P whatever.
It kind of does.
Looks like they came from
The blue
Gulf
marker
Coast
and the red marker,
gun
very
busters.
significant.
But here's the thing. So I'll give you guys the benefit of this. She was going for a movie reference.
It's a movie reference.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing.
I don't think Pat got it.
Does anybody think they know what this is?
Chess thinks he does.
Okay, I'll give you guys the benefit of a clue I didn't have.
I gave you a good one.
One has the high ground, the other one has the low
That's
ground.
all you gotta say.
Hmm.
Y'all suck as individuals. I hate it.
That's true.
I hate every one of y'all.
Well, I never saw that. I never saw that movie Chess is suggesting. So
Well, I never watched that one either. So Damien's got it. Damien got it. Star Wars.
Star Wars.
Now, what scene from Star Wars?
That's too easy. Obi-Wan's got a high ground. Anakin's
What
all
did-
burnt to the crisp.
Oh God.
It's the whole scene, and which one is that? 2,
It's 3.
It's the
3?
Return of the Jedi
Where-
where there was that, but you need a blue
Yeah.
marker.
No, it was the Obi-Wan fights Anakin. Anakin's all burnt up, legs all fucked up, and
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
That
only have
you
one
know,
blue marker. so-
Obi-Wan's telling him, I've got the high ground. This is
Uh-huh.
the stuff I get sent during the day, kids.
Hey, I was having fun. I only had one blue marker. So I was kind of shit on Shit Creek No Paddle, but it was close
Okay.
enough.
Was Revenge of the Sith episode 2? Is that it?
Yeah, it's like Revenge of the Sith, episode 2 or 3.
It's the third one. It's the third
Either
one.
way, anything other
Oh
than
my goodness.
4, 5, and 6 are absolute shit. So
I hate
let's
you so
just
much.
say that
I
out
hate you
loud.
so much.
Well, they could have improved episode 1 if they had just killed and grilled Jar Jar Binks at the end, and ate him.
Yeah, if they had killed Jar Jar, that episode would have been 100% better.
Yeah.
I agree.
If when he got his face caught in the stream in between the two engines,
And that would
and
have
it
killed him there.
automatically fried him,
Yeah.
and killed him, it
Yeah.
would have been great.
Yeah. It showed that Darwin works across the universe.
Yeah, it would have been way better.
Yeah.
But
Anywho, those two guns, they're
So
written
where are
on
we
board
living?
as Obi-Wan and Anakin.
so now she's calling those two guns Obi-Wan and Anakin.
They're,
They were in a house fire.
they're written on
And
board.
what are you doing with them?
The Glock is more than likely fixable. It still functions. I'm not sure about the Ruger.
See that. And is
But
the
it's Obi
dude
Annie.
is the dude an electrician by any chance?
No.
Or a meth
His
cook?
daughter's house right now. His daughter's house.
Is she an electrician or a meth cook?
Probably not. I think it's funny as shit. I've been giggling about that damn thing all day.
I'm sure you think it's funny as shit.
It is funny. It's funny.
You call my fucked up.
You got a dark sense of humor.
I do have a very dark sense of humor. Yeah, I do have a very, very dark sense of humor. Look, there's no way you can deal with this life without having a pretty damn dark sense of
I
humor.
get it.
That's for sure.
I find me funny.
I find you hysterical a lot of times.
Obviously not. You didn't get that.
Active
What-
shooter
what am I
trainings
doing
and
with my
drills
life?
in our public schools across the state. And importantly,
You got it. You ain't get it.
we become
Yeah,
only the
I'm
second
being
state in the
completely
country, we
disowned for
believe,
not getting
to
that.
require
joke.
school systems to send home information safety and safe storage. And we know 80% of the guns that are used in school shootings often come
Warsaw.
from either
Yep.
immediate family or close friends, and getting that information out is just so crucial. And I want to thank Sheriff Wee, who is just an incredible partner in Annapolis with us.
I'm
law
gonna
enforcement
die.
helped us get that through. And again, that would not have been possible without all of you. So thank you. And then we have a citation that we want to present to Moms Man from the entire Montgomery County delegation, both the House and the Senate. Be it hereby known to all that sincerest congratulations are offered to Montgomery County Moms Man Action in recognition of National Gun Violence Awareness Day, presented on this, the 8th day of June 2024, by the Montgomery County delegation, signed by our delegation chairs and every member of the Montgomery County House and Senate delegation. So, Grant, do you want to come up and we'll present it officially?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we're grateful to be joined by County Executive Mark Elrich to talk about gun violence prevention in Montgomery County specifically.
Oh, well, here's an honest question, guys.
Mhm.
This new Star Wars, The Acolyte. Have any of you guys tried to watch that?
No, I haven't.
I haven't either. Yeah, I haven't either. So I've heard a couple of reviews. If you guys don't follow like Geeks and Gamers and a couple other channels that are really good, they seriously are geeked out on the actual canon and Star Wars or X-Men or video games. They basically said that Disney went full on rage lesbian.
Yeah,
And
Disney.
it was no sense in watching.
I don't want to hear
Yeah,
it.
Disney.
I don't wanna hear it.
Disney has completely
You
went
yourself
woke.
call yourself lesbian.
I do call myself a lesbian in the man's body. Thank you very much, my love. You've seen that many times.
Yeah, Disney has. That's true. Disney has gone completely woke.
Yeah, it's gone completely fucking woke. It's absolutely unwatchable goddamn garbage.
Like the last couple of
Which, hell, why I'm thinking about it, are any of you guys interested in watching, or have any of you guys played Borderlands, the video games?
I have not.
No.
My wife got me hooked on Borderlands 2 and had a blast during that game. No, it was 2. You got me hooked on 2. And then we played the prequel, and then we played 3.
Sounds
Yes.
like it's fun, though.
Because I never did start out with 1. I started out with 2 and then went back.
Yeah, you got me started on 2. Anyway, great video game, fun as shit. But what has me bothered with this entire freaking even glimpse of the previews for the movie itself, there's a character in there called named Roland, who is a big muscled up dude,
Big black guy.
big black
You
dude,
won't say it, I will. Big black guy.
big muscled up black dude. Guess who they have playing him?
The smallest motherfucker. Kevin Hart.
Who'd that be?
Kevin Hart.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
That was exactly
Dude.
what I thought.
Dude,
For
Coop,
fuck's sake.
you just about made me cuss on national television, man. I can't believe that.
Oh, it's yeah.
They found the smallest
Yes.
non-masculine looking black guy in Hollywood they could find in Kevin Hart, and they're gonna
Yes. Yeah, the character in the game is a big, muscled up black dude, fucking hardcore, get out there and do his thing. And they pick Kevin Hart.
It should be Idris Elba.
My wife said it should be Idris Elba. Idris Elba would have worked for that character. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Kind of biased, but
I don't like his politics, but as an actor, he is great. Which there are a lot of actors that I don't give a fuck for their politics. Dance monkey on screen and make me, enjoy a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and is it Jamie Lee Curtis that plays Lilith?
no.
Jamie Lee Curtis. I don't know.
No, it's not Jamie Lee.
Oh God, I can't remember.
She's another.
Oh, she's the one who. My wife's saying she's the one who plays Gladriel in Lord of the Rings, and I never can remember her name.
I can't remember her name. She'd be fine as Lilith. It's just Lilith is supposed to be like a 20-year-old.
Yeah,
and she's just a little bit more mature.
And it's they fuck that character too, basically.
There's another one that's mental.
There's a reason there, and I talk about them a lot. The Galaxy's Edge series of books. Green got me hooked on them. I would love to see movies of them if they were done true to the books.
Mm-hmm.
But I am so scared Hollywood would fuck those books up, and I would have to jump off my own roof head first and try to lawn dart. I would be so depressed. Yeah, my wife's Googling right now. Her name's gonna.
So I think, like everybody else, I'm not happy to be here, but we're here because we have to be here, and that's what we do when we have a problem we have to solve. I got involved early on with gun violence when I was on the Tacoma Park City Council, and we actually tried to pass a law. We looked at what a public space was, and the sidewalks were public spaces, and we were going to pass a law that said you can't have a gun within 100 feet of a public space.
Yeah, listen. Let let me rewind that just a little bit. Listen to what this guy is saying, because he is literally telling you the game that they tried to pass a law that would have basically made it illegal for you to have a gun, period, because at any point in your day, you are within 100 feet of a public space.
What? No.
Hello, what are you freaking out back there?
A black dude's playing Hammerlock. Sir Hammerlock.
Oh, god
Boy, he's a
damn.
gay guy.
Yeah, my wife's telling me more about how they're fucking up characters in Borderlands.
Blackjack is claptrap. That was actually kind of hard to say. Jamie Lee Curtis is Tannis.
Tannis, that's who it was. That's why I was thinking Jamie Lee Curtis, because it was Tannis.
Which I can see that.
Jamie Lee
I
Curtis.
could kind of see that. Hey, look, how many of you guys never rewinded the scene in True Lies where she was dancing around? Just say it.
We actually tried to pass a law. We looked at what a public space was, and sidewalks were public spaces, and we were going to pass a law that said you
what's
can't
up,
have a
my
gun
brother
within 100
Rock?
feet of a public space, which would have ruled out pretty much every house in Tacoma Park. The attorneys had other ideas, and that's when we first ran.
So, oh man, these people drive me insane. Listen to what he said. His law that they were proposing would have ruled out anybody that had a home in Tacoma Park from owning a firearm.
Marcus. I like that one.
Oh yeah, he'd work for Marcus. Absolutely. My wife's still hooked on the Borderlands characters, which, oh man,
I've had a shit day.
I'm gonna watch it, but I am dreading it. And if I watch it and it turns out to be great, I will tell you guys, 100%.
Oh yeah.
But if I watch it and it is a complete fucking,
Who the hell's Alan Cohen?
I could see Brandon or Herrera with dyed red hair as Alec Owen. Yes,
I don't know who Alan Cohen is.
it's from the Galaxy's Edge books.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Although I find Alec to be more Scottish on things, but Brandon Herrera would work. His build and everything. No, I'm not printing I'm printing the mandrill for the bending jig.
Whatever.
Woman.
I had a shit day. I'm in the mood to be a little bit chaotic. Fucking with your
Welcome
whole
to my
stream.
world. But yeah, this oh, fuck these people.
Ran up against the limitations of local authority and how much authority rests with the state on critical issues. We're limited in how far we can go by the limits that the state has. And so I understood early on that this is a challenging problem to solve. But I've got to say that we can do all the legislation about where you can be and where you can't be with the gun. The fundamental problem is the attitude of people who have the guns, and which I really honestly believe are fundamental mental health problems.
Yes, they all
These are
are.
not people who are just perfectly fine with life and walking down the street
Hold on,
and carrying
hold
a
on.
gun and thinking I'll just shoot somebody. These are people who are
Hold on. I'll have to back this guy up for a second. But I just heard one of the biggest bullshit statements that I have ever heard in my life. My wife just literally said with a straight face, no, it ain't a straight face.
It's not
That
now.
she
It was
is-
before.
That she is tame for a redhead.
Yes, I have been bitched in. You ought to be thankful I'm not as mean as I could be.
If lightning hits this house right now and takes both of us, I hope Wubba can find enough snacks till everybody else gets here. Oh, your mom's birthday's tomorrow? Well, I have to make sure that, because I absolutely do love my mother-in-law. I have one of the coolest mother-in-laws on this fucking planet, without a doubt. So I got to make sure I tell my mother-in-law happy birthday tomorrow. And I seriously do, in all honesty, I love my mother-in-law. There are times where I could drown my father-in-law, but I love my mother-in-law.
My mom was just thinking about that yesterday.
Yeah, I know. Your mom wants to drown him too half time, so Yeah, we're there. My mother-in-law is an absolute fucking hoot. So, oh, I know exactly where you get it.
The attorneys had other ideas. And that's when we first ran up against the limitations of local authority and how much authority rests with the state on critical issues. We're limited in how far we can go by the limits that the state has. And so I understood early on that this is a challenging problem to solve. But I've got to say that we can do all the legislation about where you can be and where you can't be with the gun. The fundamental problem is the attitude of people who have the guns, and which I really honestly believe are fundamental mental health problems. These are not people who are just perfectly fine with life and walking down the street and carrying a gun and thinking, I'll just shoot somebody. These are people who are struggling with life and do not know how to fit and are often angry and often.
So to this jackass, he literally thinks someone carrying a gun, all of a sudden, we're just violent, unadjusted people, and we just want to walk down the street and then just change and shoot someone in the face. That is this guy's opinion of gun owners.
Sounds like it.
This dude should be nowhere near an office serving so-called serving the public or making laws.
Agreed.
I just saw where this county is. What they could do is, build prisons and keep the people locked up that need to be locked up.
Yeah, it's like we talked about earlier. You
Just
take
outside
the
DC is where this county is.
Yeah, Montgomery County. If Crump was in here or Dark was in here, they could probably, I think. Well, let's put it this way: they would know the area.
I can just see it on a map and tell you it's not good.
Yeah.
From all the stories I hear about, the surrounding area of DC.
It's like this fucking douchebag not too long back on X. This post about gun owners, and I can't remember how exactly he approached it, but he basically approached it like this guy, that a person picking up a gun, all of a sudden they feel so powerful they can just go shoot people. And I posted back at him, I was like, that's not how this works. The majority of us who wear a firearm every single day tend to be more polite. We tend to fight against our impulses to get violent. We tend to absolutely avoid confrontation because we know we have that ability.
People like this are trying to appeal to the more emotionally weak in our culture. The ones that make hasty decisions when they're in a state of panic or fear or, that sort of thing.
It's even worse than that. This is what we call projection.
Yeah.
So he picks up a gun. He feels all powerful because he's got a gun and he could do these things. Mm-hmm. That's where his mind is. Whereas the vast majority of us who own guns, carry guns, it's almost no different than putting my cell phone in my pocket, except for the fact I do realize there's more responsibility with it. And that leads me away from doing the shit that he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I could be way more violent just having a knife in my pocket.
And drugs and other things are involved in this. And we need to continue to double down on the work we try to do in mental health. So we are increasing the number of mental health response teams we have so that more and more often the police respond with somebody who's got mental health training. So those incidents go south. We've put more resources into the school to deal with mental health. We're opening up a resilience center, restoration center, to try to get people off the street who are having trouble and try to give them counseling. We've got to do everything we can to reach as many people as we can and talk to youth who are in trouble and youth who are troubled and try to help them find another way forward. And I think that that's, it's the hardest thing to do. It's the most expensive thing to do. It means investing in enough clinical and behavioral support in the community that you actually reach the kids who need that support. You need things like this. We had one almost incident in school where it was basically stopped by a kid's friend telling the police that somebody was planning on doing something that would have probably been pretty horrific. And we need people to be willing to speak.
Yeah, Fluffy, that's the reason most of us carry is because we know there are bad people out there and bad people do bad fucking things. And we want a tool where we can respond to those bad things. We don't carry because it makes us feel power. It's not like He-Man picking up the fucking sword of Grayskull. It is the fact that we want to be able to defend ourselves, our loved ones, and others. Z, what's going on, brother man? It isn't the I pick up a gun and all of a sudden I'm the all-powerful, again, sort of Grayskull. I'm gonna go after whoever. Yeah, you are right. It is kind of some of the don't fuck with me.
It's the
Yeah, if you know if somebody's doing something, we've got to validate.
And it does. I mean, guns make
kids
people
that
equal,
it's the right
no matter
thing
how
to
big or
do
small.
to speak up. You're not a snitch. You're not, turning in your friend. You're preventing some of your other friends from getting killed. I just think we've got a lot of work to do on the social, emotional end of children's lives and young adults' lives if we expect to really drive down these numbers of gun violence. I was looking in the, I think it was this morning's news, in the country, cities.
I've seen that shirt, Z.
The two of the worst five are our neighbor to the south and our almost neighbor to the north for amount of violence in the cities. Where DC's looking at 40 homicides per 100,000 people or something like that. It's an alarming number. So we've got a lot of work we have to do.
Then
and,
maybe we have a
committed to
people
doing it. I think
problem and
funding
not a
this
gun problem, sir.
some of the most important things we do in the county. People talk about, the growth of,
Yeah, you're 100% right. It is a people problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a gun problem. Considering we have more guns in the United States than we do people, if it was a gun problem, then our gun deaths would be extremely higher than where they're at.
Yep.
This is a violent criminal problem, a suicide problem, and then an education problem.
Yep.
So get rid of the violent people, start dealing with people's mental health to where they don't want to fucking put a gun in their mouth and start a shotgun, and then educate your children that firearms are not toys, and this shit goes away.
It all goes back to if we the people all were responsible gun owners, we outnumber these people, what, 10-1, 8-1, something like that. A well-armed and well-informed militia is something they can't control. So they have to send these morons out here to panic and fear and to fearmonger and plant seeds of fear and doubt into people's minds that these guns are dangerous. A knife is dangerous if the person wielding it's dangerous.
Yes.
A pencil, a pen, a computer, a vehicle.
Boots.
The common denominator is not the gun, it's the person.
Yeah. That's why I've talked about, you could take every gun off, and prison is kind of a microcosm of that. Yeah. So there aren't supposed to be any weapons. Everybody's supposed to be disarmed. They've got 24-hour surveillance. There is still rape, robbery, murder, you name it, happening in prison. Because violent people are going to be violent, no matter the tool.
Yep.
It's in our nature. It's just
a lot of it. Yeah, a lot of it is. That's why there are people in this world that are, in a lot of cases, military trained that are the most skilled at violence people you will ever run into. And guess what they are? They're the most polite and mild-mannered people that you will ever run into. Because they know what they can do. Period. Whether it's a fighter, whether it's someone who served in higher in military, you name it. 95% of these guys are not the guys out there talking shit. Are there some that still will? Yes. Hey, they got attitude, fucking more power to them. A lot of these guys are going to be the most mild-mannered people that you will ever run into. And I've known some of them. Because they know, as skilled as they are, they don't got to go out and run and try to prove it to every fucking buddy. But they do know that if something pops off, they're going to fucking take someone apart. So there's no sense in advertising it.
Budgets grow because you have to tackle problems like this that we weren't trying to tackle 10 years ago. And so when you decide you're going to stand up and tackle a problem, it usually comes with a price tag. The thing is, it comes with a price tag if you don't tackle the problem. And that's large in terms of gun violence. Now, the fact that people are afraid to go places because of the fear of it, it turns everybody into a victim. If you're afraid to walk out of the street, go to a place you used to be comfortable with, and you say, I'm not sure I want to go there anymore. All of us are losing quality of life if you feel that you're not safe anywhere. So I honestly believe we've got to make the resources available, do the things we need to do to recover more and more of these children, and not simply hope that the problem goes away or that we can, ban somebody from coming to a park. I think that the two guys who were shot in Silver Spring were in a park. They were not allowed to have a gun in the park. They had a gun in the park. They got in a dispute in a basketball game. Seriously? So obviously that's not a person, those aren't people who were fully cognizant of what it was they were doing, at least socially and emotionally cognizant. So I urge you to keep doing what you're doing, stay present, push back.
Yeah, but again, the gun, the gun ain't the problem, sir.
This would all be helpful if it could be helped a lot more if we had a Senate in the United States that wasn't a roadblock, not a Senate, a House that wasn't a roadblock to progress. Or 60 votes in the Senate, because I think unless you pick up Republican votes, you're not going to move anything out of there. You were close once, it wasn't that long ago. Anyway, so I look forward to working with you going forward because I know you're all committed. Somebody commented on, here doing this over and over and over again. And this is like other things we do. We will do this over and over and over again until we get a better resolution to it than we have today. But thank you all for being out here.
Exactly. Look, all that is.
Thank you, Mr.
All
County
that is
Executive.
when they make.
We're also very lucky to have County Council President Andrew Friedson and the other members of.
All that, what Z was talking about, all that is them advertising on a subconscious level where to come rob people. Gun-free zone. You're not going to be met with any kind of force and violence that could equalize you with them. Come on in.
That's 100%.
Steal what you want.
Someone should have dropped a dime on these people. Somebody should have called the police on these people and said, hey, there's a bunch of people in orange running around. Do you have a jailbreak?
That's what I'm saying.
That'd be hysterical. But that's why you see most of your so-called mass shootings happen in gun-free zones. Because they don't want people to actually be able to fight back. Where was that shooting where the dude in the food court stopped that guy who popped out with the AR? Was it Michigan? They named a drill after him for a little while.
Dickens drill.
Dickens drill. The Eli Dickens, that's who it was. I can't remember exactly where it was at offhand. But you had these anti-gun idiots like this who were more worried about the fact and cried more about the fact that Eli brought his gun into a gun-free zone than they were about the shooter who was trying to mass murder people.
Mhm.
There's X, this fucking moron on there, is more worried about me wearing a gun in a gun-free zone than he is about criminals carrying their guns in gun-free zones, even though I'm no threat to anybody who is not a threat to me.
Mhm.
And as another one of these statist fucking cucks that is just fine with the government pointing guns in your faces, taking away your freedom
Hey, stop.
because you had a gun in a place with a sign that said you shouldn't have had it.
Stop.
Mhm.
In Greenwood, Indiana.
Unarming the masses.
Go ahead, brother.
Hold on, my wife was having a what? Say that again.
What would be the point in making a gun-free zone like a little wee small town of like 100 people? 0 point. There's like 100 people. But no, they're gonna make gun-free zones like Chicago. It's not working anyway. But it's unarming masses of people.
Well, yeah, my wife actually has a good point with that one. She was talking about why do they do these gun-free zones in these big places where you've got a large population. Well, because it disarms a larger number of people,
Mhm.
and it is a fucking setup for
Yeah,
sure.
it's basically to paint the narrative that you need to rely on the people who we deem necessary to control the situation, aka the police. But the police don't answer to we the people; they answer to the state.
Yes.
So all they're really doing is basically trying to psychologically get you on a thinking level of depend on the people who we already deem and want in control of this, that we already control ourselves, aka the police. We've already got full control over the police. We want you to rely on them.
Oh yeah, and it's
That's all
even
it
worse
is.
than that because then they turn around at the same time and they use the criminals who are committing crimes to
Mhm.
push for more gun control to disarm
Mhm.
more people to make you more dependent on the state.
Right. Now, I don't know if you guys are very smart. I don't know if you guys picked up on that last guy
I'm not.
talking. He was basically on a very, very subtle subconscious level advertising for these businesses, right?
Yeah.
When he was telling you, yeah, don't bring your guns there. Don't open concealed carry. We want you people to feel safe and come shop at our places and all that. And basically, that's how they do it. They skirt around responsible gun owners and they go for the emotionally manipulated,
Yeah.
right? And,
Well,
and so naturally, the people are in fear of guns, and they don't want to shop there. It's Hegelian dialectic. The problem calls solution. Just they want to control it.
it is all about emotion.
Yeah.
100%. Because the good thing is most of the places that I walk into that are so-called gun-free zones, if someone noticed that I was carrying, which I haven't had a single person notice in quite a few years, if someone noticed and they reported me, the most the store can do is ask me to leave. And
Mhm.
if I don't leave, I get a trespass.
Mhm.
Now, if the store asks me to leave, I'm leaving. No problem, no harm, no foul. I'm just never fucking shopping there again. You guys can go to hell. But it's a trespass charge.
Mhm.
I'm not worried about that. I am more worried about going to one of these places and having some of these little gang shitheads start shooting, or some little moron goes out there and just wants to fucking again inflict his pain on everybody else. So he starts trying to shoot people like the mall with Eli Dickens.
Mhm.
I'm more worried about that.
Yep.
Again, getting back to it, unless I have to go through a metal detector, I am carrying my gun. Now, when I go through it, if someone goes through a metal detector and they have to be disarmed, and then something happens after that, then the state or the organization should be held accountable 100% and basically pay restitution, pay everything for anybody that was harmed that went through their metal detector and then something popped off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Medical bills, pain and suffering, lost work, you name it. If you have a gun-free zone and you disarm people before they come into your area, you are 100% responsible for their safety. And if they are harmed, you are 100% responsible for restitution for that harm.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
At least that's the way it should work in a logical world. But yeah, that got fucked a long time ago.
But that's basically all it was. Hopefully that answered her question, that they want to outsource the ability for you to control and have control over your own destiny and place it in people that they already have control over in the first place, the police.
Oh yeah. And guess what? The police, and it's already gone through the courts, having zero constitutional mandate to protect you.
Mm-hmm.
The cops could sit there and watch you get raped and murdered and then arrest the person when they're done.
Yeah.
And they can't be charged for allowing that harm.
Well, and I don't know how many people here listens to Red Pill or MGTOW, but this is why we talk about the Duluth model with the police. When it comes to a domestic dispute case, the woman is always going to be taken care of over the man. He's always going to be taken to jail in most all cases.
Yeah, like
maybe
98% of the time.
Yeah, there may be one or two where the cop actually does his or her job and actually arrests the woman, but in most all cases, they go by what's called the Duluth model, which is protecting women no matter whether they're the perpetrator or not in the domestic case.
Oh, yeah.
So that's who they're asking you to put your faith and trust in. No. Don't put your faith and trust in yourself and the ability to protect yourself with a gun. Put it in the people who we want you to, that have already proven they don't do their jobs most of the time.
Yeah, well, they've proven that not only do they not do their jobs, but they have proven that they will trample over every constitutional right you have.
Yeah.
I mean, they will pull you over for a simple speeding. No one else is on the road. Give you an instance. No one else is on the road. You're doing 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Cop goes to pull you over. Mm-hmm. You don't agree with a search or whatever on the side of the road. They have already proven that they will pull you out of your car and beat the dog shit out of you, if not shoot you, over a simple speeding ticket or a seatbelt ticket.
Road pirates.
So
they do nothing but collect taxes. That's all it is. That's all this useless seatbelt laws are, or tickets, all that good stuff. Now, very rarely are they necessary. Very rarely. But I think I've asked this question before on your show, Coop. If a person is armed and they're responsible, do you not eliminate about 98% of their job entirely?
Oh, you eliminate a massive part of their job, or their so-called job. I'll put it that way. Because if people can defend themselves, say I'm getting robbed or some dude tries to rob me, I pull my gun, I drop that dude, I put him on the ground. The only person that needs to show up after that would be maybe an investigator and then the coroner.
Yep.
Or an ambulance if I didn't kill the motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, the government wants to have the monopoly on violence. So,
well, yeah, the government definitely wants the monopoly on violence. They definitely want it. And that's what a lot of the civilian, Washington gun law and a couple other people call civilian disarmament. And that's what it's about. It is the government wants the monopoly on violence. And these people are just fine sending people with guns to your home to kick in your door if you have something they don't like. Every law, every ordinance, from a parking fine, speeding ticket, freaking murder, you name it, is all backed up at the point of a government gun.
Yep.
Period. Don't believe me? Don't pay your parking ticket. Guess what they do? They put out a warrant for your arrest. Don't fucking let the cops arrest you. Guess what you're going to get? It stacks.
Yes, sir.
Government hates competition. You goddamn right about that, Jess.
Yep.
Which one's this?
Understatement.
What are you posting, Fluff? Fatally shot after alleged domestic. Was that the dude down in Florida who answered his door and had his gun in his hand? The fucking cop drilled him. Pretty sure it's Florida. It was the airman, if that's one of the ones I'm thinking about. But I've seen a few other cases of that happening. Fluffy says no. Hold on. We gotta open up some. We gotta flip the script. Hold on. Da, 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 da. Let me find my ass behind the ground, which is rare. Because I'm gonna have to open my stuff back up here. Give me a sec, guys. We'll pull this one up.
Yeah.
Because yeah, the government has zero problems murdering you in your own home.
Yeah.
And the reason and the reason I use that terminology is it's not a joke. When the government creates the situation where you are in conflict with them, and the government is not acting in their constitutional authority, and they kill you, that is still fucking murder. No matter which way you slice that.
Yep.
Now, if I'm trying to freaking kill somebody right in front of the cops and they don't know the situation and they shoot me, you know, I kind of had that one coming. Now, I do think if the person that they thought I was trying to kill was the one who was actually trying to murder me and I was defending myself, well, then the cops need to answer for that. That is where court should kick in. And hell, one of the reasons I say it that way is there was a shooting. Oh God, it may have been 2 years ago now, where a guy again stopped a mass shooter, and when the cops showed up, they killed him because, oh no, he had a gun, even though he wasn't shooting at them. They just pulled up, shot that dude. Come to find out, he was the one who stopped the shooter. He was a private citizen, had his gun on him, stopped the mass shooter, and the cops did him the favor of killing him.
Wow.
That is a situation where the cops should be paying out the ass.
Yeah, no joke.
Oh no, we can't afford our new MRAP. I don't give a shit.
They should be paying for it out of their pockets. But you know, they need to get rid of qualified immunity.
Oh, qualified
Absolutely.
immunity, man, is something that I didn't learn about qualified immunity for a while. Probably, well, maybe till about 2 years ago again. 2, 3,
Yeah.
maybe 3 years ago. It was, well, yeah, it was right before I started my channel. Tired of it. Matter of fact, it may have been after Philando Castile shooting. So it's probably longer than that. Where these cops can just, oh no, we were acting under the color of law, we're immune. No. These cops shouldn't have any more protections than your average citizen, period.
I agree to that.
Yes, they get called to violent situations. Okay. What if I walk into a violent situation in my home and I shoot the wrong person? Okay, that should work the same goddamn way. What if my daughter, when she gets older, calls me and says, "This person's harming me"? I get to the house and I shoot the wrong son of a bitch. Again, that's on me. With police, it's the same fucking deal. No, Joe, you don't qualify for immunity, motherfucker. You're like the rest of us. You are a plebe. Just all there is to it. No, Joe, you don't qualify. Unless you go do, cop or sheriff's department or something like that, then you might get something. Let's watch this. So I haven't seen this before. Chick's walking in the house. Okay. I can already see she has purple hair, and that's a little worrying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. Turn on the sound, dumbass.
What is that?
Looks like blood. I don't know if it's from me or not. I don't think so. It might be from him.
Hold on. Let's run that back with the actual sound on, because I'm a moron.
He did sound intoxicated.
And again, I haven't watched this yet. What do you guys want to bet that she's with a black dude?
Oh, I guarantee it.
There are signs here that she smokes Newports, and this is nothing against white girls being with black dudes. There's a simple quality of people that I'm talking about right now. She smokes Newports, weed.
She has purple hair.
She has purple hair.
She's rebelling.
Trey.
Yeah.
Casper, PD.
She has pit bulls.
Mm-hmm.
That's another flag.
In here.
She ain't got old stuff upset.
What is that?
Y'all done got the dog upset.
I don't think so. It might be from him.
Yeah, don't upset the dog.
God damn, man.
If it was the ATF, they had already shot the dogs.
Is that there?
He's out here. Hey, puppies. He's got a rifle sitting next.
Holy shit, I did not see that coming. She is with a white dude. I will admit I was completely wrong. 98% of the time, I would have been right. This is the 1%.
So. What's going on? Yeah, well, she was safe.
I'm also part of the lease owner.
I know.
And yeah, I think I saw the actual shooting because I think I saw the actual end of this last night or night before.
Trespassing.
But we have to
shoot you.
No, you couldn't.
I don't care. Death by cop doesn't sound too bad. But what do you want?
What happened?
I told her to get the fuck out.
Okay.
And so I pushed her the fuck out. She wouldn't fucking leave.
Okay. Can you step in here?
No.
Can you step in here away from the rifle so that we can talk?
Go ahead.
It's behind me. What do you want?
Yeah, like 3 steps behind you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize the dude was on his
Plenty of time
balcony.
for you,
So
He just wants to know how she can
we
get
came
back
in
to
here,
Motel 6.
and she told us that she is going to.
Uh-oh.
I'm listening. Calm down.
That she's going to come in here and get her stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to come in here to make sure she was safe because she's alleging that you were pushing her and could be
No, I
talking
pushed
with
her out that fucking door.
You pushed her out the door?
Yeah, 100% did.
Okay, why?
I'm tired of her shit. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of everything. Told her to get the fuck out. She was leaving anyways. She fucking screamed at me, so I put her out that fucking door. It's not even like she pays for this fucking place. She might be on the fucking lease, but I pay for everything.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything.
I know.
Well, here's something about this one. And we'll watch this when I'm going to get out of here.
But hold on a minute, cop.
He
How does
pushed
that?
her out the door.
Yeah, if he's
Yeah,
if
he
if
pushed her
he's
out the
paying
door.
for everything, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why not just leave this dude alone, let her get her stuff, and then walk out of the door? Why escalate that far or this far to where this dude is pushed and then ends up ultimately getting shot? Why push it that far? She's there. She can get her stuff. There's 2 cops there to protect her. She gets her stuff. You guys all walk out of the door. Have a good day. This dude can sober up because I think he's probably tanked. And then they deal with that later.
No, it
She
doesn't
lives
legally.
here.
I don't really give a fuck either.
Okay, so you pushed her like
Yeah,
both
pushed her
hands
out the
pushed
fucking
her.
door, yeah.
Did you knock her over when you pushed her?
No, she stumbled. I picked her back up and I put her out the door.
She stumbled and fell on the ground.
Well, she didn't fall on the ground. I grabbed her before she fell.
Okay. She stumbled after you pushed her, though.
She stumbled because she had lost her footing. Yes.
Yeah. Why escalate
Okay.
that far?
So you guys got in an argument. Anything else physical happen?
No. And I saw you inspecting the door. That was before. That was long before you guys ever got here. That was when she
What do you mean, Brooke?
I'm not saying that was from. She didn't even said she didn't know what that was from.
Oh, she did. 'Cause I
And
punched
this
that
is
door
why we
before
don't
she tried
talk to cops. Yeah, you're
That
right.
was like a month and a half ago.
Okay.
You said that's an airsoft gun? Huh? Did you say that's an airsoft gun or is that a real gun? She has, does that have a gun rifle?
That's why I was saying that I think this guy was inebriated and he's running off at the mouth. But why did, and we'll see. I saw the very end of this, like the last little part where this dude actually got drilled. Why escalate it that far? You already know you're dealing with someone who is not in a rational state of mind. Let the woman get her things, escort her out, and then deal with this dude later. That's what fucking courts are for.
Yep.
And Brooke said the Surgeon General can go for a long walk off a short. Yes, ma'am, they can. And I hope the drop is very, very long.
He has a gun with him, a rifle. It's on the porch. He has that with him. Yeah, it's real. It's just
with him. Why escalate?
Okay. So describe to me what happened, what led up to you pushing her out the door.
Me and her got an argument. I told her to get out. She was already leaving anyway. For her birthday bash, because we had the same birthday. She fucking screamed at me, and I said, I'm tired of this shit. So I pushed her out the fucking door.
Okay. How hard did you push her?
Not very.
Not very.
What is it even?
How many times did you push her?
Probably like 3.
3 times?
Probably.
And just all in the back, or?
And mostly, yeah.
Okay. How long have you guys been together?
On and off for like 9 months.
Okay. How long has she been living here?
We got this lease in November.
Okay. So what made you decide to start? She's already leaving the house. Why would you start? Why would you start pushing her in the back?
Because I wanted her to leave. She kept screaming at me. I'm done with this relationship.
So let me say this, because I got to say this. There are some serious piece of shit men who will abuse women, and I do think they seriously need their asses kicked. But in this situation, he's pushing her around the house. They've been together 9 months, whatever. She makes it out the door completely fine. Obviously, she's moving like she's fine. The police come in with her for her to get her stuff. Why sit here like this with this dude? Just let her get her stuff. You guys are there for her safety, and then get out of here. And then again, she can write up charges. This dude did this, he did that, he did this. You charge him, you go arrest him, and then everything goes through court.
Yeah.
Why escalate it like this? Now,
That's a good question.
It just are there certain situations in Fluffy's right ego? There's no reason to go through this rigmarole right here. You stay right there. She gets her stuff. We walk out. No one's dead. At the very least, someone got pushed, bumped a knee, did whatever, but no one got dead. And then this dude sobers up. Maybe he gets into a program and figures out he was just a dumb asshole. Maybe he figures out he was with an absolute bitch and he needs to be with someone else. And then everybody goes about their lives. But you're dealing with a dude that is obviously not in a rational state of mind, and you are escalating things.
I don't think you understand that.
No, I understand. I
keep
think
telling
that's a
her,
great idea.
And then every time I try to fucking leave her too, or something, some bullshit fucking happens. Trips me, she does fucking something. I don't need this shit. I really don't.
Okay.
Always the same shit with her. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm just trying to fucking leave. I go to work. I come home. Today, I went to work at fucking 7 a.m. Came home. It was perfectly fucking fine. She went to the fucking beach with good fucking time. Cool. I didn't want to fucking talk. She keeps asking me stupid fucking questions. I'm done tired of asking them. I told her I was fucking done with this shit. She fucking was like, cool, I'm leaving, whatever. She screamed at me. I screamed at her. She screamed at me again. I told her to get the fuck out.
Okay. And then you start pushing her out the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
End story. I pushed her out the fucking door, gave her her shit, went downstairs, gave her fucking other car keys. So she had all her car keys. I didn't know if she had hers or not. Called it good.
Okay.
And I watched you guys pull fucking up and everything fucking else.
Okay.
I'm not going to jail tonight. I hope you know that. Like,
What does that mean?
I'm just letting you know I'm not going to jail tonight. That's what that fucking rifle's there. I'm not going to fucking jail tonight.
Oh,
Either death by
shit.
cop.
Again,
Oh,
here's where we get to it. Why escalate it after that? He's not a direct threat to anybody at this point. He's talking shit, but he's not a direct threat. He's obviously not in his right state of mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, hey, darling, you need to get your stuff. We're leaving, and we will deal with this later.
Yep.
And Fluffy, the dog, survives? Okay. If it was the ATF, the dog would have been the first one fucking shot.
That's what I'm saying, Damien. That's the turning point of this whole conversation, because now you've just put these cops on high alert. I don't know.
Later, Sister Brooke. Well, here's the deal. Again, this dude sounds like he's completely drunk. And we know what drunks do. I've said plenty of stupid shit when I was drunk before.
Yeah.
Didn't mean I needed to be killed.
Right.
And if you know someone is in that irrational state of mind, what you need to do is de-escalate things. I mean, they could have posted up cops around the house, let this dude sober up, and then picked him up in the morning. Now, if he started shooting at him from the balcony, obviously, sniper shot to the forehead, call it a day. We just got rid of a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
But especially when someone's telling you, I'm not going to jail tonight, there's a gun right there, there's no reason to escalate that.
Or not. I've been in plenty of firefights in my fucking life. I'm afraid of another one. Point being is I'm not fucking going to jail tonight. Refuse to. Take that as you will.
Can you just step inside here so that we can finish our conversation?
We are talking perfectly fine.
You just said you're gonna fucking shoot me.
I didn't say I was going to shoot you. I said I wasn't going to jail. You can take implications.
You said if you're gonna go to
that's
jail,
what the video camera
that you're
shows
gonna
too.
fucking shoot us.
I didn't say you were going to shoot you. If I want to shoot you, I could pick all three of you up from this fucking balcony. I can hit a fucking, on Ironsides, I can hit a fucking paper target from 300 fucking meters away. If I wanted to kill you guys,
Again, sorry guys, and some people may not like this. This is where the cops should have got the woman out of the house. At best, posted up some people around the house to watch this dude and not escalate it this far.
Mm-hmm.
Let this dude sober up. Because right now, he's talking out of his ass because his mouth knows better.
Yeah.
That's one of the old sayings. He's talking out of his ass because his mouth knows better. The way he's talking, he is more than likely a combat vet, and he is damn sure not afraid of getting shot at. So again, hey, ease off the gas pedal. All right, buddy. She's out. She's got her shit. You have a nice night. Hopefully, when you sober up in the morning, we can deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
Then you file charges. You do your thing. You pick him up when he's got the worst hangover on the planet, which is going to suck even worse when you got handcuffs on. But instead, you're hitting the gas pedal running at a brick wall.
it would have already been fucking done before you walked out of your fucking car when you guys all showed up in the convoy. I didn't say I was going to shoot you. I said I'm not going to jail.
Okay. Can you step inside?
I'm right here.
Yeah, but can you step inside?
No, I'm stepping
away
right
from
here.
the gun so that we can finish the conversation.
We are finishing the conversation. We are talking right now, and that gun's 3 foot up behind me. He can grab his pistol, and she can grab her pistol faster than I can grab that fucking gun. So, you're not in any danger right now. If I walk backwards and grab that motherfucker, see, look at that, you're fine. You have your hand on your fucking pistol, you'll be fine. Calm down.
Okay. So are you going to step inside so that we can finish the conversation?
No. We are talking perfectly fine right now. If she grabs her shit, she goes out the door, you guys go with her, like you just stated, then we're perfectly fine. Your life's not in danger, my life's not in danger, no one's life's in danger. I don't deal with this shit.
Okay. Are you not going to step inside for me?
No.
Why? Keep talking about, are you not going to step inside for me?
Yeah, I think it is just at this point the cop wanting to, give in to that satisfaction of his ego.
It's oh man, it is all about, in a lot of these cases, it is all about that ego. And I have the badge and I have the gun, and you have to do what I say no matter what. It would have been way better to get her stuff, and walk out of there, and then deal with this guy, 4 hours from now, 5 hours, 8 hours when he's sobered up. And the reason I say it like this, because I did see the end of this. I didn't realize, I hadn't seen the whole thing, so I didn't realize where everybody was standing and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just, if she's gone, she's safe. You have protected public safety. Get the fuck down the road.
This is a classic example of cops not knowing how to think on their feet. Just react.
I will almost guarantee you they could have got this chick out of the house, and this dude could have sat down on the couch, the cop, and just sat there, and nothing would have happened. And this dude would have eventually passed out, and then the cop could have been like, okay, dude, when you wake up, we're going to the station.
Yep.
it's you can't push this shit on people who are not in a rational frame of mind. And obviously, this doesn't look like a, say, psychotic break where this guy is at this level on the fucking scale all day. This looks like he was drunk, him and her got into it, he kept getting drunker, and the dude was probably a really good dude when he wasn't drunk. I've seen that so many times it ain't even fucking funny.
I just told you that multiple times. You're gonna keep asking me, I'm gonna keep telling you the same answer.
Okay, because I want to avoid what you're talking about with your fucking rifle.
Yeah, Fluffy,
My
he
rifle
just wants to be left alone.
Yeah, I know it is.
I'm allowed to have it right there.
Okay.
This is not a fucking gun state.
Okay, but you don't understand why I'm concerned that you just talked
You
about
tell
having
me
a
that you're
shootout with
concerned about
cops.
that. Listen here. I did 2 fucking deployments overseas. I understand that. I understand about the whole fucking ass show, whole bunch of bullshit.
I don't want to shoot anybody right now.
Okay, cool. You're there. I'm here. We're perfectly fine having a civil conversation. Are we not? Are we not having a civil conversation right now?
Sure.
Okay. You're the one escalating this right now.
I'm not escalating. You're the one that brought up having a shootout with cops.
No, I didn't say have a shootout. I said I'm not going to jail. That's all I said. If you want to infer,
say I'm not going to jail, or I will shoot it out with cops.
I did not say or shoot it out with cops. Never shooting at cops.
Oh, sorry, a gunfight.
I never said a gunfight. I said I'm not afraid of getting a gunfight. There's been plenty of them. Did never say I was going to shoot a cop. Those words never came out of my mouth. That camera right there and right there. And
This is where the cop ego has completely misheard what this dude said.
I see exactly what he's doing. I see it.
This very much should have been an okay, sir. She's safe. You have a good night. You know, and then charge the dude with whatever later and pick him up when he's sober. Abigail, what's up, my sis?
I am convinced, Coop, the more that I see these videos, that these cops are just bloodthirsty.
Dude, it comes down to it's the fucking Barney Fife mentality. You gave them a gun, you gave them a badge, and then all that power, they just think, oh shit, I've wanted power my entire life, and now I have it. So everybody has to obey me.
Yep.
And that's a lot of it. What's my buddy's chest saying? Same shit happened to David Koresh. They could have, yeah. Dude, they could have picked that dude up when he was jogging, going getting coffee. They knew his entire schedule. There was no reason to run into that compound like that. And yeah, Warsaw, I'm going to get off after this. Well, I'm going to get offline after this. We'll see how the rest of the night goes.
right there. Actually, yours is not on, but yours too. Oh, you.
I've got a newer one.
It's a new one.
Okay. Well, all 3 of your cameras will show that. Those words never came out of my mouth to shoot a cop. Ever.
Okay, have a shootout, whatever you want to call it.
I didn't say shootout.
But you understand why I'd like you to step inside.
Okay, you guys are there. You're no in danger. I'm not going to hurt you. She's grabbing her shit. We're all fucking kosher.
Trey, the matter here is that there's a rifle 3 foot behind you. I understand we have our own.
Right. There's a rifle 3 foot behind me. That is 100% understandable.
Step inside, talk to us for
We are just trying to handle this civilly.
Right, which we are. She's grabbing her stuff. You ask about what happened. I told you what happened. You asked about the rest of the events. I said I watched you guys pull up. There was nothing that wasn't civil about this, was there?
Okay, but why won't you step inside for me?
Because I'm not going to get close to you guys. Because I can't win a 3-on-1 scenario. That ain't happening. I'm in the apartment.
Who's talking about winning a 3-on-1?
Well, there's 3 of you all right there. If you want to back up, I'll step inside the door. But I'm not stepping inside this door with you 2 foot from me.
Okay, you want to step inside?
You want to step to the
and
book?
Close the screen door for me?
There's
It's all about the cops
The
doing
sliding
this
glass
the way
door.
that
I'm
they
not
want to do
closing
it,
sliding glass.
and it's just
If you want to
they're
step
not
to the
reasonable
bookshelf,
at times.
I will step inside, and we are both in agreement.
No, there's everything about this is absolute horseshit. It is,
Yeah.
we are the state, we are the government, and you have to do what we say. They could have been out of that house already with girl, with her stuff, and again, charged him for shit tomorrow and picked him up. But you're more worried about the dude has a gun right there. Okay, he's not pointing it at you. He is zero threat at that point. You don't have to escalate this.
Yep.
The escalation at this point is what kills me with a situation like this.
What bookshelf?
The one bookshelf that's in behind you. There's 4 of them. You want to step back there? I will step inside.
Step
Look
inside.
at that. Look at that. All right.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. So the issue is, she said you were shoved her to the
I
ground.
pushed her. I didn't push her to the ground. I pushed her outside that door. I gave her stuff. I made sure she had all of the stuff that she needed. I went downstairs to make sure she had her keys. I gave her her keys, and then I went back upstairs. That is what happened. Yes. She screamed at me. I screamed at her. She screamed at me. I put her out the door. That is what happened. I will refer that again many times over.
I know, but she's saying that you pushed her on the ground. You're admitting that you were pushing her.
Yeah, but did I push her?
So that is the issue at hand now.
Yes, I did push her out the door.
329.
100% did that.
Okay. So that is what I'm trying to have you come in here and talk with us about.
No, he's
Without having a
trying to
fucking
have you
shootout.
come in there so you can throw handcuffs on you and
talking.
charge you with
I know,
domestic
but some
violence.
statements were made.
Yep. That's exactly what
Yes,
he's
that's
doing.
it. I
Is
was not
baiting
going
you.
to go to jail.
Okay. Otherwise, you're going to have a shootout.
I never said I was going to have a shootout. Again, we are getting to semantics here. I never said that. And I'm not going to put those words in my mouth. Let's go.
Okay. Well, something to that effect. I don't remember the exact words.
Okay.
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 So I'd like if you could work with me here.
I'm very much trying to. That's why I came in the door. You
and
backed up.
step in further away from the guy.
Right, which you wanted me to step inside, which I did. Did I not?
Abby, you and Zach, other guys, pretty much all of you guys who hang out in these streams, at least for a while, and prove that you're cool, I want you to have a wrench because I want you to post links. That's how we got into this. I want you to be able to post links, post your channels if you have channels. I've said it before. I want my chats to be like a fucking mosh pit. And then, of course, I want you guys, and I'll say this. The only reason I would put someone out of a chat is if they're being a racist prick. If they do that, fucking field goal punt them. If they're talking just crazy, we could deal with crazy. Fuck, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying, but I want all of you guys to have that freedom. It's something that I've seen in a lot of chats. It's something I've seen in a lot of channels where there are some times where I've seen people who wanted to post stuff that would have been relevant to a conversation, and they can't do it because they don't have a wrench. Now, again, if they come in talking some racist horse shit, fucking boot them. Line them up like you're the Kansas City field goal kicker going for a 62-yarder and let that shit fly. But yeah, Bob said score. But yeah, I mean, let that shit fly. But anybody who's in my chats for a little while that I've interacted with that fucking is on the same kind of wavelength as everybody, I want you guys to have wrenches. That way we can post all these links, and some newbie can come in here and go, oh shit, well, there's all these wrenches in here and all these links. Yes, I want you guys to spread the word. If someone comes in and they are a complete racist piece of shit, because that's probably the one thing I seriously can't stand, and they get booted out or banned, I have no worries about that. We can get into a lot of different rabbit trails. But like this stream, we started out with the Surgeon General shit. Now we're here because of links that people posted, which for me makes a fun ass stream because as much as I look at all of these different situations, I don't see all of it. And you guys bring in the pieces of the puzzle, and then it's like, oh, well, shit. Yeah, I didn't see all that. Like this situation, I saw the last couple seconds basically of this, I think on X. Pretty sure it was on X. And didn't understand the entire context of it. So link got posted. Now we get into context of it, and now it's like, holy shit! These cops could have walked out of this motherfucker 15 minutes ago and not fucking killed this dude because he honestly he's fucking not in his right state of mind, but he's still not a threat to the police or the girl at this time. So there's no reason to fucking shoot him.
It's hot as Hades out there. I'll see
you. Sorry about that.
No, you're good, brother.
Did I not? Did I not meet you halfway? You
yeah, you took one step forward, and
which I am inside the door.
Yeah, but the door's still open.
Yes, the door is 100% still open.
Okay. Can you work with me one step further and close the door?
I will close it halfway. I'll give you that. I will give you that much.
Okay.
They could have talked to this guy for another 30 minutes and got this guy completely calmed down.
Okay. Well, like I said, the issue at hand
is that I pushed her out the door.
Is that you're pushing her out the door.
Yeah, Ed, you're right. Self-governing chat. 100%.
The issue is, cop, you keep escalating it. Just walk away.
Smarts or anything, but you are it is technically a domestic assault. Okay, so you understand that we have to do our jobs.
I understand that.
Right? Okay. So I'm trying to handle this as peacefully as possible.
And I am too. I'm meeting you halfway. Am I not? I've not done mostly two of the requests you asked. You asked me to walk in the door, so walk in.
Yeah, freaking Chess, more than likely. Chess said probably had PTSD also. And yeah, more than likely. If he saw a couple combat tours, yeah, these are not the guys that you push because the only way they respond to being pushed is by violence. Because they've been pushed before. They have been programmed to respond to force with overwhelming force.
Yep.
And it's another one I've talked about on the stream quite a while ago. The idea of PTSD, I don't think it's post-traumatic stress. It is programming. We took these guys most of the time from a very young age, and we programmed them through a series of trials to respond to violence with greater violence and to be hyper vigilant. That is not the same as some chick who's never had training getting raped. It's just not. So I know the PTSD thing fits in some situations, but I don't think it fits with veterans because veterans are trained. You know, they have been taught how to deal with violence, and their reaction to violence is greater violence. It's that hyper awareness, that hyper vigilance, that hyper freaking. I can go from 0 to fucking 300 miles an hour in a split second when I'm threatened. If you take someone who is like that, and especially if they are drunk, they've been drinking, done other stuff, and you start applying force to them, they are not going to react well to that. They are going to resist that force, ultimately to trying to apply a greater force. Yeah, Abigail, that's a whole different situation. If you're an untrained person and you went through a horrific event, and we don't have to get into it, and you really do have post-traumatic stress, and then you went through training to overcome that stress, that's different than someone who was basically broken apart mentally, reassembled as a weapon, and then reinforce that on the battlefield. Those are completely different.
Mm-hmm.
You step backwards, we said cool. You asked me to shut the door, I shut the door halfway. I'm meeting you halfway here. Quite literally halfway.
Okay.
Am I not?
But I'm explaining to you.
Yes.
That we have to do our jobs.
Mm-hmm. And I'm explaining what.
And I'm trying to make it not just safe for us, safe for you.
Mm-hmm. And I think I'm pretty
to do our jobs. Because I just told you, you did just admit
that I pushed you out the door. Yes.
Which is a domestic assault.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to deal with that further.
Okay.
Okay. And I'd like to do it after you close the door.
Because you're going to try to put me in handcuffs, correct? Domestic assault?
Because I don't want
am I correct?
this to escalate further.
Right. So, technically, next steps, domestic assault, if I'm wrong, you put me in handcuffs, you take me to the down jail unit process. We need to do my fingerprints, you do everything else. Am I correct? Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
turn
my
around for
point,
me.
Fluffy.
No, I'm not.
Put your hands behind your back.
No.
Step this way.
No.
That's my point with this thing, Fluff. Is why not back out of this situation where you know there is going to be violence? These cops are 100% sure at this point there's going to be violence. Why not back out of it and then come get the dude in the morning? Besides the fact that I got a badge, I got the state dick, and I'm fixing to fuck you. It's
That's awful, man.
Oh, it's dude. Trust me, I've seen the end of this. It gets worse.
Okay, you're gonna get.
They try tasing him.
365 shots fired. Shots fired. Step this way. Okay, you're gonna get.
And then that's the end of that.
Mm-mm-mm.
There's no fucking reason for that at all.
So did they kill that guy?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he's dead as a bag of hammers. I mean, you see the cop when he goes around and he grabs, he's getting tased, so he's falling over, and the cop walks in and pop, and lights him up. And he's done. I saw the very end of it. I saw him go for the door and reach, and the cop shot him. So I didn't have a whole lot of context for it. So I didn't post anything about it or didn't respond to the X post that I saw. Matter of fact, it's one of those things I was going to go look. So I'm glad it got posted tonight. But yeah, there was no reason for that. It's not like he beat the shit out of the woman. It's not like she had a broken arm and a busted jaw and all this other thing. There was no reason for this. Now, if they showed up the next day and he was sober and he started taking pot shots at him and the cops had the charges and had the arrest warrant and then they shot him, okay, that's okay. No serious issues there. For something like this, serious issues. Chessboard said it was in Casper, Wyoming. Bob said, will the cops help the purple-haired girl unpack now? Yeah, probably so. Probably right in their own apartment. And probably pass her around a bit. And yeah, Damon, you're right. They turned the littlest incident into a murder. And that's what that is. Because that could have been dealt with in so many fucking different ways that didn't pressure that dude to that point to where you could have dealt with him civilly and not shot the dude. Chessboard said that happened 3 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Well,
yeah, and I just saw it today. Matter of fact, well, maybe in late last night or early this morning when I saw it. I know it was it was well within the last 24 hours when I saw it. And I've seen way worse shootings than that absolutely shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple. The dude is home. Okay, you're inebriated. We're going to get her. We're going to get her out of the situation. We're going to make sure she's good. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I can understand them talking to him so he doesn't, go for the rifle at any time, just have a conversation or whatever. But but to escalate it to that.
Yeah, I can understand talking to him, keeping an eye on him. Hey,
Yeah.
she's your stuff. We're engaging with you. Just don't touch the gun. Obviously, he ain't in his right mind. He's inebriated. We'll talk to you for a little bit, and then when she gets her stuff, you all fall out, protecting yourself, and then leave that environment. And then, hey, we can deal with this dude when he's in a rational state of mind. And then, yeah, you charge him with domestic violence for pushing her. We go through the whole court process. And then we see what actually happened. Like she spit in his face and he pushed her or some shit like that. Because there's always two sides to shit like that. And then you deal with it that way. But definitely when you're dealing with people who are in that state of mind, you don't push it while they are anywhere other than stone cold fucking sober. Because when they're stone cold sober, you can talk to them. This guy, like talking tonight, you can see he's aware of what's going on. He's on top of it, but you can also tell he's amped up. There was no reason to escalate that like that at all.
Yeah, and I've seen other of these videos where that's what the cops do. They just escalate until they get to shoot somebody.
Yep.
And that's the real gun violence epidemic in this country.
Dude, you ain't lying.
You're not wrong on that.
And we've seen plenty of it. It's and again, they'll walk away from this. It'll be no harm, no foul. Just like in Malinowski's shooting or any number of different guys. Hell, Philando Castile was one of the first ones I can remember really looking at. And yeah, they'll walk. And then you have these idiots who will hold up someone like Michael Brown, who was actually going for a cop's gun. They'll hold him up as a martyr. Again, we talked about it earlier tonight. If we could be honest about the facts, there are a lot of things that we could more than likely agree on. But when you can't be honest about the facts, the actual, this is what happened, this is how it went down, well, then we're completely separated from one another.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right there too, Chess. So the cops are the one who actually, which I don't think any charges were filed in this, but they decided to arrest him for the domestic violence. They literally could have walked in there with her, let her get her stuff, and walked out. And again, like I said, dealt with this dude later.
That's what should have happened. Yeah,
it's exactly what should have happened. And then what happens? Say they just had a bad night. They get into this. Next day, she decides to not press charges. They all kissy face makeup, and then maybe dude deals with his stuff, she deals with hers, and they either decide to split up or stay together and then get counseling. There's a million different things that could have happened other than killing this dude. But you'll have plenty of people that will again defend this horse shit from the word go all the way through, because they're completely fine with the cops just making something that should have been very simple into a fucking state-sponsored murder.
that's true.
Warsaw said cops talk to the DA to charge the person. DA files paperwork. Yes. So the cops can recommend those charges, and the cops can pick someone up on those charges. And again, get back to the fact that could have happened the next day. Ma'am, let's take your statement. Do you want to press charges? Oh, yes, I want to press charges. Okay, we'll go pick him up. Sir, you need to come with us. Not escalated like this. So there's that one. So congratulations, you guys went down another rabbit hole. So I'm fixing to get out of here, guys. I got to go figure out what the hell I'm going to eat in a minute, and then wife wants to watch the House of the Dragon stuff. We're going to try to watch that, which has been decently good from what I've seen. Hasn't gone woke as fuck and all that and been stupid, so I can deal with it. So anyway, Bob, where can they find you, brother? Bob,
what? Sorry, I'm tuning out.
Where can everybody find you, man?
Oh, great. Nowhere. I don't have another Twitter account set up yet, so I'll let you know when I do.
Yeah, just set that up. But you don't have a YouTube thing going on or anything like that. So
no, I evidently have like a couple people subscribed to me, but I don't have any videos up and never did.
So Bob's just a really cool cat. He's in a bunch of different chats. Always been a cool dude. Whenever you see Bob, say hi to Bob, because Bob's another freaking really good dude. Now, MGTOW, where can everybody find you?
Well, I am over on MGTOW Outlaw here on YouTube, or if you like a little bit different flavor, maybe you want some nostalgia. I do Southern Fried Nostalgia, or maybe Red Pill Music's your thing. Or I had another channel for doing like urban exploration, which I have since then taken down. I'm gonna have to put that channel back up, but for right now, yeah, it's just Outlaw and then Southern Fried Nostalgia on YouTube. And
all right, did you post both of those in the chat?
No, let me go do that real quick.
Come on, you got to get to work. Let me grab something while you do that. Come on, you got to get to work, man.
I'm telling you. Yeah, let me go do that real quick. Get the link here. I know, man. I'm falling asleep on my job. And then all right. There we go.
All right, we're still working on it. You got it.
Yeah, we got it.
All right, well, good deal. So that's where you can find Outlaw. Another cool dude to follow. Real quick, Outlaw, kind of explain your main channel and then what you got going on with the other one.
All right, so MGTOW, there's been a lot of people lately that's been asking what the acronym is. So that's Men Going Their Own Way, and then Outlaw, because I share the outlaw mindset with a lot of people in this culture against government and tyranny and all that. So it all kind of meshes together, talking about red pill and, the gynocentric landscape and feminism and all that bullshit. So it just kind of worked together and blended nicely. And we basically shed light on like the stuff with the cops here, as far as men and women are concerned, like the Duluth model and Title 4A and all the divorce court stuff and child support, alimony, all that stuff. And giving men purpose, man.
That's it, brother.
Helping men get on their grind and get back out there and
Quit
not
dating purple
put
hairs.
guns in their mouths.
Yeah, and I know you've done cooking streams and all kinds of stuff.
We do.
I've called a bunch of your stuff. So he does all kinds of content. So, but still a solid channel. It looks like a couple of guys have subbed you out there. So hell yeah.
We do. One of the things, and it's what I like this part of the community about, because we talk about weapons and how to be self-reliant and protect yourself and self-independent and all that good stuff. I share the same sentiment with all you guys. I'm not for big government either, or mostly any government at all, really. But yeah, we're all on the same page as far as that goes, and having the right to bear arms, protect yourself, your family, and grow your own food, not be so dependent on the matrix at large. So yeah, man, any way that we can help these men be more independent.
And that's a huge theme with everybody that we all kind of, we're all in a lot of different chats and follow a lot of different channels together. And it really is all about freedom and personal responsibility. And that's where you guys fall in. And it's really great because we cover everything from your preppers to the gun guys to the just self-reliant guys, to the hey, we don't have any of that. We just don't like government guys. It's again, it comes down to that simple principle of freedom. And that's I point out a lot of stuff with government and do quite a bit of gun stuff and things like that. But if you boiled my channel down, that's basically what it's about, is the freedom from government tyranny. And that's
I'll put it to the guys simply, Coop. I don't support the Democrats. I don't support Republicans. I don't support any political party. I don't back any candidate. I don't get hoodwinked by our president taking it to the man. I don't get caught up in the left versus right paradigm. I'm all for a public being well informed, well armed, self-governing, able to take care of themselves, grow their own food, because it worked for thousands of years before our government came along, and it can still work.
Yes. It absolutely can. If you have an armed society, an armed society will absolutely take care of most of the things that the government fails to take care of. Period. And it's always been that way. The only time where you get to an imbalance is when the society at large is unarmed and only small groups have arms. That's where you get to the imbalances and things. So, but
You
yeah,
have to have enough foresight to understand that this affects you as well as it does everybody. So if you're out here championing for people's guns to be taken away, then that'll involve you too.
Oh,
yours
yeah.
will get taken away alongside of them. So that's one of the main reasons why you don't, or I don't personally advocate in favor of all this bullshit. And
well, I've said it plenty.
gotta be
Said it
smart.
plenty of times, especially more on X sometimes when certain situations come up, and I've said it a lot. These leftists are really going to be surprised when they're on the same trains that we're on.
Yeah.
Going to the camps. It's going to be like, how did we get there? Well, one, you were the useful idiots that helped pass these laws, and two, well, you made the government so big I couldn't fight them. So now we're on the same train. Just fucking,
yeah.
We're walking down that same goddamn trail of tears because you're a fucking idiot. And when you were no longer useful to the government, you were in the same boat as me.
Yep.
So,
and make no mistake, they all are. Feminists are being used. The LGBT, BLM, your Antifa, they're all being used as tools against people.
It's why I've seriously at least in the last year or so, gone to using the term non-playable character for a lot of people, because that's all they are. They are useless fucking tools. And they're absolute useful tools for the state. So they get their updates from any number of sources, the government media, you name it, and then they just go puke that shit up on everybody else. And they vote, and they vote in very large numbers. And on top of that, we have a extremely rigged system, which it's really black-pilled the shit out of me, to where I'm just fucking done with it. And all I do now is just call out poor shit, basically. That's what I'm good for.
Yep.
So anyway, let's end it here, guys. Let's end it like we always do. You perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. I don't give a shit about those little fucking signs. Unless you're going through a metal detector, then it gets a little more complicated. Don't try to suitcase nothing. But be armed. Be trained. Don't be someone who looks for violence, but definitely be someone who is willing to get violent to defend yours and other innocent people. End of story. So you perps be cool. And if you wonder, I'll say this now, and I got to say it probably more. If you wonder why I call everybody perps, is because we look at enough stuff from the government where the government thinks we are all perpetrators. We just haven't been charged yet.
Yep.
We get called violent, militant extremists. We get called extremists. You name it, because we simply don't agree with the government line on things. And we actually believe in personal responsibility and freedom, and that automatically makes us an enemy of the state. So, if anybody never heard that spiel before, there you go. Other than that, we're out of here. You perps take them easy, man. We'll catch all you guys in the next chats.
All right. Have
Peace,
fun.
guys. Sir.
Bye, y'all.